YouTube. It is the eve of Christmas Eve. I've been working on this novella about a month and a half now, I'd say. Really surprised at how long the editing process has gone. I am now done with my initial pass of edits, and I'm starting to copy edit. So my intention is to breeze through this today in a couple of sessions. Could take a few hours, hopefully not too long. And this is just my process of checking for typos, commas, comma breaks, trying to get any final polishes done as far as getting rid of repetition. Maybe cut some lines, maybe add a few, hopefully not too many, check for dialogue, all that fun stuff. I'm also going to be streaming on Twitch and Kick, which I'm about to start now. Boom, just connected to those. Hi Twitch, hi Kick. Like I was just explaining to YouTube, this is going to be my final pass on editing this novella before I either be brave and just publish it myself or send it off to a publisher and try to get it officially done. But this is me streaming while I work so I can remind myself not to get distracted, and also using ChatGPT to load the chapter into in order to catch any comma breaks or repetitions or any serious issues that I have. I've tried editing by myself before, and it is difficult. It's a very difficult process. So having things like just the program checking things, like you see I got words underscored in red because those are made up words, so it thinks I'm misspelling something, or like this little blue where it says were instead of was, but I think was is right here. But I will be copying, pasting, popping everything into ChatGPT. I already have that set up with what I expect for it, with a brand new chat for this process. But I've been through it once, and it was arduous. I wrote this at about one chapter a day, and that took me about 2 weeks to get done. And now I went through the edit and tried doing about a chapter a day. That was definitely slower. Definitely slower. So I got that copied. Swap this over to this new chat. And the prompt that I put in is: starting the copy editing process of my novella. Need you to help by catching missing commas, typos, and repetitions. We'll be loading in one chapter at a time with a word length of 2,500 to 3,000 words at a time. Want this to go by fairly quick and finish the process in no more than 2 sessions while I stream it. The response: perfect. That's a very workable setup, and I can absolutely help you with this fast and efficient. Here's how I'll handle the copy edit so it stays quick, clean, and stream friendly. So I'm going to open Twitch on my phone. Not only so I get that one free viewer that is myself, but so I can actually see the comments. If it'll work. But I hit the data limit on my phone, probably for doing this exact same thing. So if you are commenting and I don't get back to you, I apologize. It's just me trying to streamline the process. Like I said, just get it done today. Got my coffee. Hopefully it's not too cold. Lukewarm. Right above body temp, so it's just slightly creepy. Alright, and back to it. So put in my initial prompt on ChatGPT. Perfect, that's a very workable setup, and I can absolutely help you keep this fast and efficient. Here's how I'll handle the copy edit so it stays quick, clean, and stream friendly. What I'll focus on: copy edit only. Missing or incorrect commas, especially dialogue, compound sentences. Get off the tank! Yeah, if you're familiar with my stream, animal interruptions are a part of the mischief. Get off of Rizzy's tank. Get down. Get down. Down. Get down. Go. 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 Cat on the lizard tank. It's warm, and there's a little creature she gets to watch, so I get it. Alright, what I'll focus on, copy edit only. Missing or incorrect commas, especially dialogue, compound sentences, typos, spelling errors, and wrong words. Repetitions, words, phrases, sentence structures that echo too closely, awkward punctuations, or small grammar slips. Am I frozen on the screen there? I am. I'm frozen on the screen there. So it's doing this again. Yeah. I'm over the data limit on my phone, like I said. So, yeah, I probably won't be responding to comments. My apologies. If you're watching me on Kick, you're used to that. I never respond to comments on Kick. If you're watching me on YouTube, no one watches me on YouTube. If you're watching me on Twitch, I genuinely apologize. You guys are my main bread and butter, my primary audience. I appreciate you folks. Let's see, awkward punctuations or small grammar slips. They will not be doing developmental critiques and no style rewrites unless something is clearly broken. I'll present feedback to save time on stream. I'll return a clean, lightly annotated pass using bold for suggested insertions, strike through for deletions, brief inline notes only when needed, and a short summary at the end with repeated words to search globally, any pattern issues, overused beats, dialogue tags. I'll avoid long explanations unless you ask for. The goal is speed and clarity, not lectures. Pace and chapter size. 2,500 to 3,000 words per chapter is fine. I can handle one chapter per response without issue. We should easily finish in 2 sessions at that pace. One quick check before we start to keep things consistent. Do you want Oxford commas enforced, or US English, or UK English? Once you answer that, or say default is fine, paste chapter 1 whenever you're ready, and we'll start. Oxford commas. I'm trying to remember what that is. So there's a rule in writing when it comes to commas. I'm trying to remember it now. I encountered this the last time I did a long edit session. And basically, I don't remember what it is. It's precisely. Oh, fuck it. Define Oxford commas. Been a while since I encountered the term, like not since my last edit. It's you use them or you don't use them, and then if you follow that rule once, you have to follow it throughout the entire work. Like you can't go back and forth on it. That's kind of it is. And US English. Excuse me. I just worked down breakfast a little fast, and now I got hiccups. Oh, so okay. Looks like I get a little bit of play on the phone, but it is super, super laggy. It's the comma before the final and or in a list of 3 or more items without Oxford commas. I brought apples, oranges, and bananas with Oxford commas. Okay. I've been doing without. I feel and or is a sufficient pause in and of itself. So we are not using the Oxford commas because they're snooty and I don't need extra commas. That's a totally valid stance, and historically you're not wrong. And or does function as a natural pause, and many writers, especially literary, prefer to let rhythm and syntax carry the separation instead of punctuation doing extra work. How I'll handle it. Based on what you just said, no Oxford commas. Lists will rely on and or for the final beat, and I'll only add a comma before and or to clarify if clarity truly breaks without it. Rare, but I'll flag it when I do. Otherwise, I'll respect your cadence and voice. Example of what I won't fix. He carried fear, hope, and regret. Yeah, I'll leave that alone. Example of when I might intervene. They spoke of the hunters, the guards, and the merchants who fled at dawn. That one could imply the merchants fled, not all 3 groups. I flag it, not silently change it. Final settings locked in. U.S. English, no Oxford commas, fast copy edit, minimum commentary, stream-friendly turnaround. Go ahead and paste chapter 1 when you're ready. I am set. Control V, because I already did that. Boom, and boom. All right. Start a new chat in order to keep things moving quickly. Great opener. I'll keep this strictly copy, level, edit, and fast. As promised, below are specific actionable fixes, commas, typos, repetitions, and a few clarity nicks without stylistic rewrites. Typos. Crewman appears twice instead of crewmen. Couldn't register the crewman's frantic cry. Okay. Rowboat landed with crewman, gaily, standard U.S. spelling. Peal of thunder. I've done that before in a later chapter. Her broke, him broke, threatening to squeeze him until her... Fisherman's wife, plural possessive, fits construction better, extra space before M dash. I don't know how to do M dash. Repetition, ink above and ink below, works once, consider trimming, one instance for rhythm, drowning. Repetition, redundancy, effective motive, but appears 3 times very close together near the midpoint, not wrong, just flagging it if you want to vary one instance later. Lightning, tore, split, flash. No error, but lightning. Thunder pairing repeats in tight succession. Reads intentional. Just noting the pattern. Time on punctuation. U.S. English, no Oxford comma enforced. Add comma. Born of the Kingdom of Aldrin. His destiny. Comma before M dash. Optional, but fine as is stylistically. Missing comma. Exhausted and ready to burst. He fought for the surface. Grasping nothing, Garrett floundered at the surface. Grasping nothing, Garrett floundered at the surface. Comma, splice fix. Reaching down into the icy depth, he grabbed at the rope. You mean to toy with me even more before you kill me? Siren. Correct as is. U.S. style. Minor grammar flow. Thunder hit an instant later. Grammatically fine, but reads slightly clipped. No correction required. The crack of it felt close enough to sear skin. Thunder rolled. Semicolon. Used correctly. As she plunged into the depths, he would plunge into hers. Consider comma after depths for readability. Alright. No issues with tense consistency, point of view, stability, dialogue formatting, M dash, usage, strong, consistent, sentence fragments, intentional and effective, summary for quick cleanup, searched and fixed globally. Okay. So I use crewman in the singular when it should be plural. Peel is spelled wrong, like I used to peel fruit instead of the peel of thunder. Her broke, him broke. All right, so let's go through it for the actual read and try and catch all these things. Now that I got a nice little list to go on, hopefully I can be more aware as I read it. Drowning. Book 1, The Lonely Island. Chapter 1, Drowning. Garrett was drowning. It seemed only moments before his world was made of hope and sunshine. A southern breeze had carried him steadily toward his far-flung destination, warm and gentle as a promise. He was sailing to meet the fair Jocelyn, Princess of Ardenholt, born of the Kingdom of Aldrin. His destiny, arranged while he was still a child. Now only the second son, this union would bring great fortune to his kingdom, pride to his father, and ease his mother's persistent worry. He had never met his betrothed, but he had studied her painted likeness often enough to feel as though he knew her shy smile, her lowered lashes, her gentle disposition praised by every bard. His eyes were so fixed upon the horizon where she waited that he never thought to look behind him, never saw the storm clouds swelling like a velvet curtain being drawn across the sky. He couldn't register the crewman's... Aha! There we go. Couldn't register the crewman's frantic cry to get below deck. A surge kicked beneath his feet. The ship lurched forward, then pitched backward so hard Garrett's teeth clacked together. The bow, once gaily bouncing along the tides, shot upward like a striking snake, climbing high into a sky that had turned black. Lightning tore it open. Thunder hit an instant later, a sound like the world being ripped in two. The crack of it felt close enough to sear his skin. Thunder rolled over the deck hard enough to rattle bone. The ship screamed. Wood buckled. Joists popped. Something deep in the hull cracked like a breaking spine. A violent gust slammed in from the west, and the ship tilted, righted, then pitched again, drunken and helpless. Another splintering cry, wood grinding against itself, another blast of thunder, this one so deep it seemed to echo from below. Sailors were shouting, but their voices were swallowed by the wind, snatched up and scattered to the storm. Garrett seized the nearest rail, cowering as the vessel fought a battle it could not win. It felt heavy now, burdened, no longer skimming the waves, but being dragged down by them. Then the bow rose once more, a fist shaken at the heavens, before plunging down, down, down. He clambered up the sinking ship, defying the sea as crewmen... There it is again. Crewmen vainly struggled to unfurl rescue boats. It had all happened too quickly. This unnatural turn of the tides, the onset of the furious storm that battered down upon once sun-soaked heads. Again the ship cried out. Daily peal of thunder. Sorry, I'm checking for that peal of thunder. Gaily peal of thunder. Let's see. Clambered up the sinking ship, defying the sea as crewmen vainly struggled to unfurl rescue boats. It had all happened too quickly, this unnatural turn of the tides, the onset of the furious storm that battered down upon once sun-soaked heads. Again the ship cried out, one last sullen groan as it toppled over, as if to smother the prince rather than abandon him to the merciless mercurial sea and all its machinations. That was a fun little mouthful. Somehow he escaped the undertow, although it took every ounce of strength to fight as the air tried to claw its way out of his lungs. Desperately he flailed at the heavens, as if they might turn solid enough to cling to. Grasping nothing, Garrett floundered at the surface as both body and mind threatened to fail him. The treasures once carried to secure his dowry to the fair Jocelyn now sunk with all his hope of ever seeing her or hearing her soft, dulcet voice call his name. Lightning split the heavens again, and thunder rolled after it like the laughter of a cruel, fickle god. At a distance he saw one of the rescue boats loaded with crewmen. They had managed to escape. The prince called after them, or at least tried to, but a great wave rolled into him and down his throat. He sputtered and fought just to breathe. When his vision cleared, he could see only black, lost in a world of ink, ink above and ink below, where his words carried no weight. Each syllable was just empty air carried off by the wind and dashed by the persistent peal. There it is. Peal of thunder. Her broke, him broke, threatening to squeeze him until her broke. Okay. Another brilliant flash split the sky. Okay. Another brilliant flash split the sky, and Garrett could barely make out the rowboat now. It had shrunk, and with each bolt of illumination, maybe I can get rid of this and put a comma in that place. Another brilliant flash split the sky. Garrett could barely make out the rowboat now. That could even be a period. Yeah, let's do a period in shorter sentences. Another brilliant flash split the sky. Garrett could barely make out the rowboat now. It had shrunk, and with each bolt of illumination grew smaller until it was like a toy on the edge of the world. Then it was gone. Because, yeah, 2 short sentences are better before I have a long sentence like that, just for the sake of, like, rhythm and flow. He cried out again, but the wind tore his words from his mouth as they were uttered, stretching out his arm as if to grab them from so far away and pull them back by sheer force of will, only took him under. That sentence is doing a lot. The will of the sea was infinitely stronger. Garrett was drowning. Of this he was certain. His last hope had faded over the horizon, and now his mind raced wildly, flailing as desperately as his limbs. floundering for anything that might save him. Memories burst to the surface, not in a gentle parade, but in jagged fragments. Childhood laughter, his father's stern pride, his mother pinning a cloak at his shoulder, the painted smile of the princess he had never met. None of it helped. None of it belonged here. His mind rifled through the moments of his life like a man overturning drawers in a burning cabin, frantic for a tool that wasn't there. Nothing in Garrett's sheltered upbringing had prepared him for this, the raw, merciless chaos of a storm-torn sea. He knew court etiquette, diplomacy, the draw of a bow, but none of that mattered where the ocean ruled. Shards of the shattered ship bobbed around him, each far too small to hold his weight. He lunged for one, but it dipped under immediately, vanishing from his grasp before popping up again and spinning away. Another plank twisted past, caught in the storm's wild churn, as if oblivious to the fate dragging it slowly toward the depths. One by one the fragments drifted by, offering nothing. Something seized his ankle and forcefully pulled him down. Garrett had only a heartbeat to suck in half a breath before he was yanked beneath the surface. Cold swallowed him whole. The shock hit like a blow to the ribs, stunning him. Pressure clamped around his head as the depths dragged him down, battering his eyes, crushing his ears. Blind and panicking, he clawed at whatever had caught him. His fingers found rope, coiled tight, cinched around his ankle like the grip of a hangman's noose. Reaching down into the icy death. Let's see. Grasping nothing. That's a comma. No. No. Stop right where you're at. No. Stop. Stop. Lay down. Okay. Just randomly starts barking. Garrett floundered to the surface as both body and mind threatened to fail him. Treasures once carried, he cried out, but the wind tore. Reaching down into the icy death. Yeah. That's a comma. He grabbed at the rope that had wrapped itself around him. His lungs were already screaming. The world around him became nothing but black water and a rising burn inside his chest. Exhausted and ready to burst. Aha. Exhausted and ready to burst. He fought for the surface and crested it again as the air fought to escape his body the same way. Then, air. I don't like that repetition. Exhausted and ready to burst, he fought for the surface and crested again as the air fought. Air could be breath, but I use breath up here. So, exhausted and ready to burst, he fought for the surface and crested again as the... Not breath, not air. Do I need a sentence at all then? If it's this. His lungs were already screaming, the world around him became nothing but black water and a rising burn in his chest. Then air. I could just skip right to it. Or take that section out. Exhausted and ready to burst, he fought for the surface. Yeah. Just ditch that whole second half of this line. It's not really necessary. Then air. He crawled upward out of the surf with a ragged cry, only to drag wind and rain into his starving chest. It hurt, it stabbed, it wasn't enough. He flailed, barely keeping his chin above the waves as the sea tossed him about. The truth closed in around him with the same cold certainty as the depths. This was where he would die. Not on a noble battlefield, not old and honored, surrounded by his loved ones, but here. Here, anonymous, forgotten, swallowed by a storm that did not care if he was a prince or a slave. His body would sink into the dark and feed whatever lived below, just as the sea had claimed countless nameless sailors before him. Tired now, he drifted more than swam. His arms barely moved, weak, trembling, pushing at the water in slow, useless strokes. Whatever desperation had kept him afloat until now leaked out of him with every ragged breath. Cold crept into his bones, numbing thought and flesh alike. Then he felt it again, the slip of something brushing his ankle, another rope, another inverted noose ready to suspend him toward the heavens like a reversed gallows. For one hollow moment, Garrett almost welcomed it. He could surrender. Let the last... Again, breath. Yeah, and then I have breath again down here. I use breath a lot, but it doesn't flag that. I mean, it makes sense. You're struggling for air. That's the big thing. He could surrender, let the last breath tear out of him like a final confession, let the last gasp, say gasp, tear out of him like a final confession and offer it freely to the storm that had so thoroughly undone him. After all, what use was a second son? His kingdom would be more peaceful without him, no potential rival to complicate his brother's inheritance, no shadow cast by his unwanted existence. The thought settled over him like a cold hand on his brow. Perhaps this was simpler. Perhaps this was right. One final breath trembled inside him, begging release. Gasping again. Damn it. Bit of air tear out of him like a final confession and offer it freely to the storm. I suppose air is a better play on words if I'm talking about him being the second son. So there's air and air, like kind of tied together without actually saying it. Bit of his air, let the last of his air. After all, what use was a second son? His kingdom would be more peaceful. Without him, no potential rival to complicate his brother's inheritance, no shadow cast by his unwanted existence. The thought settled over him like a cold hand on his brow. Perhaps this was simpler. Perhaps this was right. One final breath trembled inside him, begging release. Gasping again in some stubborn testament to will, to life itself, refusing to let him surrender. Arms churning wildly. Gasping again. His hand struck something solid, a barrel, slick with the sky's tears. He clutched it desperately as it bobbed and rolled beneath him, the storm trying to wrench it away. The damned rigging tightened around his ankle again, pulling him with renewed malice, tugging him toward the depths. Garrett fought to brace himself against the barrel, sucking air through gritted teeth as he reached down with his one free hand, intent on ripping the rope away. But what he touched wasn't rope, not coarse fiber, not seaweed, not anything the sea should have offered him. It was rough, yet smooth, strong, yet yielding, distinctly the grip of 4 fingers and a thumb, human, alive. But not the hand, not the hard, meaty grasp of a sailor. It was smaller, feminine, calloused in ways no court lady or fisherman's wife could ever claim. Yeah, fisherman. I think singular is better there. Singular possessive, fisherman's wife. A hand that worked, a hand that fought, a hand that belonged to the sea. Terror spread through him. Still gripping the barrel, he plunged his hand, head beneath the surface, cheeks swelled with held breath. Peering into the ink-black depths. Lightning tore open the sky above. And get rid of open. Lightning tore the sky above, and for a single horrifying instant its flash bled into the deep. He saw it, or rather, he saw her. The hand that seized him was a grotesque shade of green and black that nearly vanished into the dark waters framing it. Its fingers were webbed, the texture uncanny, slick as eel skin, yet rough as stone. When he clawed at it, the grip only tightened, clamping around his ankle like an iron shackle. Panic surged. As he felt down the wrist, past the forearm, it changed dramatically into smooth skin, soft, supple, and unmistakably the unmistakable slender arm of a woman. Fragile to the touch, but when he tried to pry it loose, it held with unyielding force. As the next flash of lightning erupted through the sky, the illusion of fragility shattered. Black stripes banded the pale shoulders, cords of unnatural strength shifting beneath fair skin, and then her face. The storm froze around him. She was beautiful. Haunting, impossibly beautiful. Hauntingly, impossibly beautiful. Eyes wide with wonder, lips parted in something between delight and hunger, her innocence was a lie carved in perfection. It struck him harder than the terror, this strange, surreal loveliness that made his will falter, made the last of his breath slip out in a trembling sigh. Again, breath. I use breath a lot. and it doesn't need to be breath there. May the last of his defiance slip out in a trembling sigh. I think I'm going to go with defiance. Before he could reach the barrel again, another arm slid up out of the darkness. Its hand cupped the back of his neck with a tender, chilling certainty, sweet in shape, sinister in purpose. Then it pulled. He was dragged down into her embrace, into the dark beneath the storm. Long nails combed at his scalp as she stared into his eyes with startled curiosity. Another splitting of the sky and an echo of thunder lit the sea as darkness ate away at the edges of the prince's vision. Her fearsome, lovely face was framed by purple hair as wild as the storm, brow and cheeks banded like some ancient sea warrior, like a predator of the deep. Garrett knew precisely what she was, a mermaid. He had heard the stories of sailors many times and always assumed they were the works of fiction invented by lonely fools. Now he was the fool too enamored to fight. She pulled him closer, and he felt sweet helplessness in her embrace as she dragged him downward into her world. Her grip was like iron, her claws like daggers, but it was her large, wandering eyes that pierced him the deepest. Lightning flashed again, and he saw her smile sweetly up at him, a sweetness undone the instant her mouth opened to reveal a row of sharp teeth, ready to strip flesh from bone. She pressed that menacingly seductive face to his and kissed him, her claws locked at the base of his skull, her nails digging into his spine, threatening to slice through, leaving him no chance to resist. As his consciousness began to fade, a sudden rush of vitality surged into his lungs, shocking his senses back into focus. His mind, drifting moments before like the battered remains of the ship above, snapped into razor-like clarity. Awareness surged through him as she coiled her around his body with a terrible grace, drawing him in deeper. Only now did he register the sweep of her lower form, rushing against him in slow, serpentine motions as she propelled them effortlessly through the swirling dark. She guided him, carried him, claimed him. Cold hands roamed his torso with unnerving certainty, tearing through fabric as though it were soaked parchment. Each rake of her nails left thin, searing lines that burned in the salt water. She kissed him again, stealing the last of his breath only to force something stranger, something energizing back into him. When she finally pulled her face from his, those wide, unblinking eyes roved over his exposed skin with a curiosity that felt possessive, almost reverent. Her grip tightened, squeezing the air from him until black dots freckled his vision. Just as the darkness threatened to swallow him, her mouth sealed over his once more, wrenching him back into cold, shuddering consciousness. His mind spun, not only from the unnatural rhythm of stolen breath, but from the strange warmth spreading through his limbs, at odds with the freezing depths pressing in from all sides. Lightning streaked through the firmament above, illuminating her face. Hunger gleamed in her eyes, beautiful, terrible hunger. Summoning the last of his strength, he clung to her with desperate, trembling arms, as the only solid thing in this drowning world. He realized the price he'd have to pay if he wanted any chance of staying alive. What was innocence weighed against another day of breathing? Life? Even if he were fated to perish like a mayfly, what sense was there in folding his wings before giving them one last desperate flutter? And so Garrett defied death and fought the sea beast with the only weapon available, his hardened determination. As she plunged into the depths, he would plunge into hers with a passionate, repeated resolve. He felt the creature's grip over his manhood soften and tense in waves that matched her increasingly violent undulations. Her body writhed against his, cutting the uncertain depths like a blade. Cutting the uncertain... the uncertain deep, like a blade, and soon he no longer knew or cared which direction the world held. Through it all she smiled at him, a hungry, knowing smile, one far too human in its desire and chillingly alien in its intent. With each wide-eyed look of wonder from the mermaid, or each wild, reared-back flail of her head, he felt death and pleasure press in on him, and with every violent, serrated kiss, pain and life surged back. It was a dance between worlds, his and hers, this one and the next, and they spun within it as though caught in the tide of colliding destinies. At times he felt himself hurled through the depths at impossible speed, only to stop with an abrupt jolt that left them both stunned. Then, with another hard, sealing kiss, the storm-tossed struggle returned. Finally, she rose through the surface and rolled onto her back, holding them both afloat. Garrett dragged in the heavy night air and stared down at his savior and captor. In the starlight, she was almost beautiful. Heavenly. Arms spread over the water, her dark mane fanned out like a burning shadow. Her body tightened around him with a rhythmic, claiming pressure. He pushed himself upright, hands settling on the broad curve where soft flesh merged with slick scales. Sliding his palms downward, he found her smooth and soft. Sliding upward, he met the rasp of countless tiny scales. Sharp as sand, yet too fine to see. Thorns, sharp as sand, yet too fine to see. Don't need yet. Sharp as sand, too fine to see. Yeah, it works. She breathed in the storm in triumphant gasps, wearing a smile that looked disturbingly close to victory. Do you mean to toy with me even more before you kill me, siren? He asked when breath and wit had returned. She reached for him and righted her body, the two of them rising and falling as a single cork upon the waves. Her strong, rough, unmistakably feminine hands encircled him, threatening to squeeze him until he broke. She kissed him, soft and hard all at once, her sharp teeth grazing his tongue. Holding him tight, she pressed herself to him, pressed him further inside her, and brought her dark lips to his ear. The sea has given you to me, and I will keep you as my treasure. Forever. Her voice was a whisper that cut through the silence left by the fading lights, by the fading thunder. In the dawning light cresting the world's edge, Garrett saw an island rising from the horizon. Her mouth returned to his, and once more he was pulled under, into the abyss, into surrender. Garrett was drowning. I hate to admit that I still feel like it needs minor tweaks. Like, it's not perfect, but it is a chapter 1. Okay, moving on. My phone is giving me nothing, so I'm sorry if people are commenting. I can't see it at all. Alright, let's close that. Chapter 2. Do not copy paste. Last time I was in this was December 11th. And it's what, the 23rd today? So, like 12 days ago. Which means I'm very on track for my editing process. I'm doing really good on that. Control C. Control V. Pop that into ChatGPT. Switch over to Twitch real quick. No comments. Alright, cool. So I'm not ignoring anybody. And that was about 45 minutes just to get into this. And some of that was just me talking. Got it. Here's a fast, clean copy edit pass of Chapter 2. Same rules as before. Commas, typos, repetitions, light grammar only. No rewrites, no content changes. Typos and word errors. Tree line should be tree line. Used earlier as one word. Make consistent. Okay. Missing a period. Prison painted in paradise. Color. Paradise's colors. Add period. Spring versus inlet. Refer to the water as inlet, creek, and once as spring. Not wrong, but spring appears only once and may be accidental. Flag for consistency. Denizens. Correct, but note repetitions later with creatures, something. Not an error, just pattern awareness. Well, yeah, I don't want to use the same thing over and over again. Repetition and echoes. These are not wrong, just flags so you're aware. Nod, gnawing appears multiple times, close together. Hunger, nod, fear, nod. Parallelism works, but repetition is tight. Something had been here. Something that. Effective, but clustered in one paragraph. He waited and waited. Works stylistically, no corrections needed. Missing commas. Sunlight wrapped around him like a lie. Soft, golden, and comforting. Golden and comforting. U.S. English non-Oxford rule still allows this. Comma splice. The shore was no sanctuary. It was an exposed battleground. Replace comma with an em dash or a period. Missing comma. For hours he pushed through the underbrush. For hours he pushed. No, I wouldn't put a comma there. Missing comma. Returning to the shore, Garrett fell to his knees. Correct as is. Well, why tell me then? Missing comma. Finding a suitable patch of trees near the inlet, he set to work. Remove and or add comma and rephrase. Easiest fix, delete and. Okay. Missing comma. Once he was finished, Garrett sat inside the low shelter. Finished. Garrett. Okay, yeah. Dialogue punctuation. Am I not a man? Am I not royalty? Correct. Well, fuck you. Stop telling me. M dash spacing. Consistent and correct throughout. Okay, that's because you helped me with that originally. I don't even know how to do M dash on my keyboard, so that's all up to ChatGPT to help me with. Minor grammar and clarity fixes. His mind overwhelmed, inventing illusions. Fragment is intentional but reads slightly awkward. Flag only. He assured himself it was strategy, not fear. Clear and effective. Confident, absolutely certain. Dash usage correct. Hunger sated but only barely. Acceptable fragment. Strong consistency notes. POV is solid. Tense is consistent. Tone is stable. Psychological through line clear and escalating. Survival logic is coherent. Quick fix checklist. Tree line to tree line. Merge into one word. Keep that consistent. Add period to a prison painted in paradise's colors. Find a suitable patch of trees. Sentence. Sanctuary, comma, splice. Optional consistency check. Inlet, creek, spring, naming. Nod, hunger, repetition. The chapter is structurally clean and needs very little mechanical work. Alright. I want another cup of coffee, but I've had 3 cups today, so I should be switching to tea. So I am gonna, finish this last cold swallow. Yeah, and then get the tea kettle going. I'll be right back. Alright. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Tree line, add period. Okay. Garrett awoke with a violent jolt, coughing up the sea that had tried to claim him. Warm air rushed into his lungs with a sting, so sharp it made even breathing hurt. The sand was soft beneath him. Above, a wide, unbroken sky. To either side, the golden beach stretched until it vanished around forested bends. The tree line loomed like a crowd of silent onlookers. Sunlight wrapped around him like a lie, soft, golden, and comforting, making the night before feel impossibly distant. More fever dream than memory, his mind overwhelmed, inventing illusions to guide itself through the storm. Surely he had survived on instinct alone. Sure. Making the night before feel impossibly distant. He let his gaze drift across the waves. Far out among the ring of red stones, something perched atop the highest crest, long, lithe, unmistakably feminine, a silhouette carved from gleam and malice. The creature from his delusion stared back at him. Then, with a sharp shake of her head, disgust, irritation, almost human disdain, she slipped beneath the waves and was gone. Cold horror knifed through Garrett's gut, and another surge of seawater escaped him. The storm, the sea, the siren. What she had done to him, what he had done to her, it was real. His stomach clenched violently. Shame and confusion flooded him. Violated and violator both, twisted together into one sickening memory. His hand flew to his chest and found fresh wounds carved across his skin like proof. He trembled. Suddenly the bright beach felt like a cage. He wasn't alone. No, far worse. He was trapped, guarded by a sea-born predator who could take anything she desired from him again. His legs buckled beneath him. His mind screamed at him to run, to flee, to find the mainland, to find anything that wasn't her. The most he could manage was a panicked stumble along the shore, away from the red stones, away from those watching eyes beneath the waves. He lurched toward the tree line, into the green curtain of vegetation that edged the coast. The shore was no sanctuary. It was an exposed battleground. Too close to the sea, too close to her, his captor. For hours he pushed through the underbrush, never letting the shoreline slip entirely from his sight. He kept it always at the far edge of his right eye, both lifeline and threat. Part of him watched for the mermaid, half expecting her to surge from the waves and drag him screaming back beneath. His other motivation to cling to the beach was as his only orientation, preventing the forest from swallowing him whole. He pressed on through the day, forcing his way through bramble and low branches, clinging to the hope that the land might open into something larger, some stretch of coast that pointed toward escape. But after hours of trudging through the green maze, he pushed past a curtain of leaves and froze. There it was again, the same ring of red stone jutting from the sea, the same circular outcropping he had fled from earlier. His heart dropped as the sun bled into the horizon. He had awoken around noon, perhaps slightly after, and yet after half a day of walking, he had returned to the same cursed landmark. The realization settled over him like ice. The island was small, shockingly small, a mile or two across at most. Oh, and there's that missing period. Definitely. Bam. A mile or two across at most, a prison painted in paradise's colors. Returning to the shore, Garrett fell to his knees. He watched the tides gnaw at the sand and his hopes. Among the waterline lay tattered remains of ships. I use line quite a bit. Tree line, coastline, shoreline, waterline. I should remove one of those lines. So shoreline doesn't need to be there. Okay. Among the waterline lay tattered remains of ships. His ship, perhaps, or ghosts of others. He scavenged what he could. A shredded sail for a loincloth, a coil of rope for a belt, not much, but enough to feel slightly less exposed beneath the indifferent sky. Lost remnants that had escaped the sea only to be imprisoned by it, by her. His eyes flickered anxiously to the red stone outcropping. Nothing. He had half expected her to be there, lounging in mockery, smiling at his despair, but there was only the vacant rock and the restless sea. Her absence was worse, far worse. A hollow ache gnawed at his ribs, the despair of true isolation swallowing up space inside him. He forced himself upright, shaky but stubborn, pushing the dread back where he could ignore it. You know what? I just realized something. That's the line exactly. I know I missed one correction in this last chapter. Her broke, him broke. Squeeze him until he broke. There we go. Boom. Ha. Saving. Saved. Okay. Just hit me. That one little error to go back and fix. His spirits were dashed, yet he moved on regardless. What else am I looking for? Tree line, missing period, spring versus inlet, denizens, nod, gnawing, hunger nod, fear nod. Something had been here. He waited and waited. Shore, missing for hours, he pushed. No, correct as is. Okay. Okay. His spirits were dashed. He remembered an inlet, a pale ribbon of water he'd glimpsed earlier, trickling inland a short way up the shore. He was lucky the salt might thin to fresh somewhere deep within the island. He strode the shoreline again. Again, line. When shore would work just fine. Strode the shore again. I said he combed the beach again. I don't think I used beach. He combed the beach again, this time in a kind of wounded defiance. One eye remained fixed to the sea, wary of any glimmer of movement beneath the waves, while the other scanned the sand for anything he could salvage. He found more rope, stiff and brined, and a few planks that hadn't been warped beyond use. He gathered them awkwardly in his arms, clutching the fragments of ruined vessels like the broken pieces of a future he stubbornly refused to give up. At last he reached the inlet, a narrow thread of water that crept shyly into the forest. Setting his scavenged supplies on the beach, Garrett followed the trickling stream inward, into the green hush of the trees. The sound of birds overhead and the soft rush of small creatures scurrying through the underbrush told Garrett there was meat on the island, meat that wasn't him. That small reassurance steadied him. As he moved inland, the ocean's endless crashing softened behind him until it was little more than a memory. In its place, the trickle of the inlet grew louder, clearer, as though the island itself were whispering its secrets in confidence. After some time, minutes or perhaps an hour, he had lost all sense of it. The thin vein of water widened into a modest creek. Dusk and stars filtered through the interlocking canopy overhead, casting shifting bars of red and shadow across the surface. Small schools of fish flashed beneath the ripples, disappearing and reappearing among the stones like shy spirits. Garrett knelt beside the bank. His thirst was a savage thing now, raw and demanding, overwhelming even the faint recollection that he should boil the water first. Eagerly he dipped his hand in, fresh. Cupping the water, the prince drank greedily until the tight ache in his throat eased and the world softened just a little around him. His mind returned to the limited supplies he had left on the beach. He would need a shelter before another sudden storm struck and left him exposed and cold. Begrudgingly, he followed the spring back to shore. Crouching before the tree line, he tensed and spied out at the ribbon of gold sand that was slowly turning red as the setting sun. He was still wary of the siren, though there didn't seem to be any indication of her. Perhaps she had moved on from the island in search of more prey. Stepping onto the soft sand made him feel exposed, like one of the denizens that scurried through the underbrush. Garrett scolded himself for his fear. Am I not a man? Am I not royalty? Finding a suitable patch of trees near the inlet, he set to work. There, using driftwood and salvaged planks, he constructed a crude shelter. Little more than a lean-to, but positioned with thought. The front faced the beach so he could watch the surf. The back remained open to the forest, a dark tunnel of escape should he hear something crawling out of the sea at night. He assured himself it was strategy, not fear. Yet the image would not leave him, a murky clawed hand breaking the surface of the water, fingers closing around his ankle, dragging him backward into the churning dark. The more he shook it off, the more vividly it perched in his mind. Bravery, he decided, did not mean ignoring terror. It meant preparing for it. Once he was finished, Garrett sat inside the low shelter, content with himself. There was little room to stand, but the sand beneath him was warm, and he could stretch out his legs. Night passed slowly as he busied himself with survival, too anxious for sleep. He fashioned simple traps for game and shaped crude fishhooks from splintered wood by the light of the small fire. The work steadied his mind, but only a little. As dawn approached, the ebb of the exhaustion overtook him, but sleep did not bring rest. His dreams were fevered, tangled with terror and something strangely sweet. He dreamed of the siren devouring him, of her sliding out of the water like some massive sea worm, glistening and cold, her beauty more horrifying than her hunger. In the nightmare he lay paralyzed, forced to watch as she consumed him one limb at a time, slowly, almost lovingly. Years seemed to pass that way. He grew old and useless on the shore, a helpless amputee, nothing but driftwood for her pleasure. In the end he was bones, polished smooth by her hands, worn as jewelry. Even in his sleep, his fear bent to her allure. He awoke before noon, trembling and exhausted, his heart thudding like a trapped animal. Without thinking, he seized the tools he had crafted the night before and hurried into the forest. He didn't dare look toward the water. The unease from the dream clung to him like sea mist, whispering that if he turned around, she would be there, waiting. But more than once he found himself checking his own fingers, making sure they were still attached, still whole, still his, and not delicately nibbled away while he slept. He returned to the place he'd found the day before, where the inlet turned fresh. Digging beneath a cluster of flat stones exposed a handful of pale grubs, which writhed blindly in the light. They were disgusting, but they were bait. He skewered them onto the splintered wood and hooks with care, trying not to think of how similar their soft bodies felt to his own skin beneath the siren's hands. From his makeshift loincloth, once a proud sail, now little more than desperation wrapped around his hips, he unraveled a long strip of cord. It wasn't perfect, but it would serve. He tied his crude hook to the line and tested the knots, tugging twice for good measure. The traps he'd set along the way weighed on his mind, little snares tucked among roots. Deadfalls bounced on brittle sticks, a breadcrumb trail of hope behind him. Maybe one would catch something, maybe none would. Either way, he had to try. After slaking his thirst in the cool water, he stepped to the edge of the creek. The current whispered along over smooth stones, clearer and calmer than the ocean that had tried to consume him. He cast his line and watched the grub drift lazily into the shadows. Silence pressed in around him. Forest hush, filtered sunlight, soft burble of water, peaceful, almost. Almost enough to make him forget the weight of the sea at his back and the creature who lived within it. He waited, and tried not to think about whose eyes might be watching him from afar. Every rustle in the underbrush set his senses ablaze. A shifting leaf, a snapped twig, the hush of something small skittering through the ferns. Each sound jolted him upright, as though it were the herald of some monstrous, sea-soaked nightmare crawling inland to finish what it had begun. He strained to hear past the soft din of the forest, forcing his breath quiet, expecting, nearly certain that at any moment he would hear something foreign, something wet, something ghastly moving where no ocean creature should be able to follow. But nothing came, only the forest breathing. The weight of his dreams clung to him like damp cloth. His mind felt swollen from exhaustion. Several times he drifted off, slumped half forward over his fishing line, only to jerk awake with a gasp. heart hammering, fingers blindly checking that they were still attached to his hand. Each time he surfaced from those brief snatches of sleep, his bait was gone, stripped clean by clever fish or else waterlogged and useless. Again and again Garrett reset the hook. Again and again he cast into the stream. Hunger gnawed at his ribs, slow, patient teeth. Fatigue gnawed at his mind with sharper ones. He could feel himself fraying, caught somewhere between terror, starvation, and the stubborn refusal to die on an empty stomach. As the sun passed its zenith and speared through the tangled canopy in harsh golden beams, Garrett's patience finally gave way. He reeled in his empty line and let the hook dangle uselessly at his side. Enough disappointment for one day, enough hunger gnawing him hollow. He picked his way toward the shore, back toward the crude shelter that now felt more like a coward's burrow than a refuge. The forest, once merely dense, now seemed to lean in around him, every branch a crooked finger, every shadow a watching shape. Along the path he'd taken that morning, he found his traps scattered where he'd left them. One was sprung and empty, the snare line snapped as though something had chewed straight through it. Another lay smashed against a root, the wood splintered as if something heavy had stepped on it, something too large to be a rabbit or fox. A third had been dragged several feet, leaving a furrow in the dirt before the cord frayed and broke. Garrett crouched over the wreckage, throat tightening. These were not simple misfires. Something had been here. Something that didn't fear him, or worse, didn't even consider him a threat. His stomach growled, a sharp, angry pain folding him inward. Hunger sharpened his fear, but exhaustion dulled his reaction until both sensations blended into a single, grinding ache beneath his ribs. He swayed where he stood, thinking of fish he hadn't caught, traps that hadn't fed him, and a monstrous beauty in the waves whose appetite had nothing to do with food. He staggered back to the beach, hollow from the hunger and sleeplessness, an empty shell of a man filled with the echo of the ocean. There, in his tiny shelter, right at the entrance, laid out before the yawning sweep of the sea, sat a meager offering. 3 fish, arranged neatly on broad leaves torn from the shoreline trees. They were fresh, but only barely. The skin had begun to stiffen, and the eyes stared glassily upward as flies crawled over them, unbothered. Garrett froze. For a long moment, neither he nor the fish blinked. He shooed away the insects and crouched low over the humble display. A thick furrow cut through the sand from the shelter straight to the ocean's edge, as though something heavy or massive had dragged itself up the shore. His jaw clenched. A hot, childish anger flared through his chest. A gift? She had brought him a gift? Garrett snatched up one of the fish, fingers dragging into the cold flesh. He wanted to hurl it back into the waves, to reject the gesture, the mockery, the claim that she seemed to be laying upon him. Then he noticed the 4 small punctures on its sides. Perfectly spaced, too perfectly, they echoed the scars across his own chest. His stomach twisted, then roared in protest. The anger faltered. Obediently, helplessly, he lowered the fish. "So now I'm her pet?" he muttered, disgusted by the world, the sea, himself. He dropped the fish onto the leaves again and turned away, gathering what dry sticks he could scavenge from beneath the trees. Soon another small fire crackled in front of the shelter, spitting and popping as it took hold. The smell of smoke steadied him even as guilt soured his gut, a guilt that survival now depended on the mercy of the very creature who'd nearly drowned him. He sat there long into the afternoon, fire warming his shins, hunger gnawing at him as surely as the fear staring out at the waves. Confident, absolutely certain that somewhere beneath the glassy blue surface, she was staring back. He took his first bite slowly and hesitantly, chewing as though every mouthful might suddenly writhe and bite back. The flesh was clean, brine and smoke, nothing more, but he kept glancing toward the surf between each swallow, half expecting to see her silhouette rising from the waves like a verdict. Garrett forced down another bite, then another, hunger sated but only barely. He wondered what price he was paying even now. Was this truly a gift, a lure, a claim? He wiped his mouth on the back of his hand, uneasy. The food sat heavy in his stomach, like a stone with teeth. "What do you want from me?" he whispered toward the water. The waves gave no answer. He thought of the night before, her iron grip, her claws, the strange tenderness mingled with violence. Her hunger for him had been absolute, possessive, inhuman. Was that the cost of his freedom? Was he free at all? Garrett stared down at the picked clean bones on their leaf platter and felt a cold certainty settle in his gut. She had brought him food, which meant she expected him to live, which meant she expected him to stay. And deep down, beneath the fear and anger, he found a truth far worse. He didn't know which frightened him more, her desire for him, or the part of himself that had answered it. Okay. On to chapter 3. Control C, Control V. See what ChatGPT has to say about that. Check back on Twitch, still no comments. We are 1 hour and 17 minutes in, 2 chapters done. Okay. Oh, okay, so I got typos. Yeah. There's a copy edit only pass for chapter 3, same fast workflow, typos, commas, repetitions, light grammar and clarity fixes, no content or style rewrites, typos and word errors. Catch instead of catch. I have AYCH. No idea why. On their leaf platter, earlier chapter, uses his offering consistently. Consider its leaf platter or the leaf platter for consistency. On another, one another, held them suspended within on another. So that should be one another. That's another typo. Extra space before M dash. Okay. Look for rounded with an M dash. Subject should be plural with undersides of her forearms. Repetition echoes, flag, not wrong, only a dream, this was only a dream, appears twice in close proximity, between worlds, repeated motive, consistent, just clustered, predatory, used several times in physical description, drowning, effective callback, appears strongly again near the climax. Commas and punctuations, days passed, much like the first, fine as is, missing comma. By the fourth night, his dreams had lost some of their terror. By the fourth night, his dreams... missing comma that afternoon. That's fine. Comma splice instead. Fragment is stylistic, acceptable, no fixes required. Missing comma, in a feverish state, he began. At noon, he returned to the forest. Missing comma, when he returned to the shoreline, he noticed. Shoreline, when he returned to the shoreline, he noticed. M dash spacing, mostly consistent, fixed noted above, so one with a space. And that's after the word rounded. Long M dash chains are consistent and intentional. Grammar clarity fixes. This Kh was larger than the others. Her words seemed to half sing, half whisper, past sharp white teeth. Hyphenation consistent, correct. Undersides, providing only enough freedom to crash into her again. Missing comma after again, exposing further depths. Okay. It held them suspended within one another. Okay. Dream, waking ambiguity, clear and effective. Sensory escalation is consistent. Survival timeline is coherent. Siren depiction stable with prior chapters. Quick fix checklist. Definitely fix. Kh. Undersides. Within, on another, within one another. M dash spacing with rounded. And add missing commas noted above. Optional consistency checked. Leaf platter possessive. His, its, the. predatory repetition density. This chapter is mechanically solid but longer, so it naturally had more punctuation misses. Nothing structural or line breaking. Okay. Let's get through it. Days passed much like the first. Garrett picked his way through the forest so that a crude map was beginning to form in his mind. His unsuccessful fishing spot became the central point from which he explored the island. Each day he tried new narrow trails, setting traps with what little skill he had, only to return in the afternoon to find them scattered, his efforts wasted, and another small offering of fish or strange sea creatures left neatly at his encampment on the shore. He had tried to map the stars as well, hoping for some sense of direction, only to find they shifted nightly. Coupled with the violent, unpredictable swells that circled the island, escape seemed difficult, perhaps impossible. Still, he could not remain marooned at the mercy of the sea beast. By the fourth night, his dreams had lost some of their terror. He awoke more alert than the He awoke more alert than he had since the shipwreck, an uneasy calm settling in his chest. Yet beneath it was a hollowness he despised, a longing for companionship. In his dream the siren had visited him again. She pressed her lips to his healing wounds, after tracing them gently with her fingertips. Surely it was fantasy. Yet in the dream he was paralyzed, just as he had been the first night. Loneliness was twisting him in ways he didn't want to acknowledge. How long until he craved the creature out of sheer dependency and isolation? He resolved that day to leave. Gathering wood, he began constructing a crude pile that with enough effort might become his salvation. That afternoon, though his daily allotment of fish waited on their leaf platter, he ignored it, instead making a meager meal of unfamiliar fruit, praying it wasn't poisonous. The next morning, he awoke shaken, not by the nightmares, but by their absence. He had roused several times with a vague, creeping unease, slipping back only into shallow, restless dozing. By dawn, he felt more frayed than rested. In a feverish state, he began laying out the shape of his makeshift raft. The work was slow. Hunger and creeping madness were his only companions. Stiff rope became lashing. Stiff rope became lashing. Worn planks found new purpose. From his cracked, bleeding hands, the outline of an escape vessel took shape in the sand. At noon, he returned to the forest, checking his traps one last time in hope, and gathering more of the fruit he'd found the day before to provision himself for the journey ahead. Sketch. Okay. When he returned to the shoreline, he noticed... Again, line. I keep using shoreline. I don't need line. Shore implies it. When he returned to the shore, he noticed the day's offering of fish was not in its usual place. Instead, it lay in the sand, several paces from the entrance to his tiny shelter, closer to his latest construction. This catch was larger than the others. Give me another paragraph. This catch was larger than the others, still gasping, its gills fluttering weakly. Thick, crescents were carved into the sand around it, as if something massive had paced there. Its tail dragging furrows, while claws or scales etched furious lines beside them. Garrett swallowed hard. Best to cook it while fresh, he decided. He needed whatever strength he could gather. He would leave in the morning. That night, this could all be one paragraph. That night, anxiety and excitement tangled within him, his thoughts racing before finally softening and drifting into a deeper sleep than he was used to. His dream was vivid, achingly so. He rose to find the moon shining across the ocean as though upon polished glass. No tide shifted, no violent swells churned. The stars burned brighter than he had ever seen, their glow illuminating the waters beneath them. Garrett walked along the beach, with heaven and sea like twin worlds on either side of him. There was no sound at all, only darkness and light, water and sky melding seamlessly into one another. Time hung suspended. The only thing that moved was Garrett himself, and even that felt guided by something other than his own will. Then cutting through the hush came a soft, mournful resonance, felt first in his heart before his ears caught it, a lullaby of longing, a sadness too deep for words. He found himself standing before the rocky outcropping, watching from the shore. High upon her perch sat the mermaid, singing her sorrow to the moon. Her silhouette glowed gold against the sky, her scales shimmering like the stars, her pale torso marked with the faint ripples of song and magic. Her predatory stripes pulsed with soft violet radiance, as did her luminous hair, which drifted on a breeze Garrett was too numb to feel. The ocean lay impossibly flat and still, a perfect mirror of the heavens above. That's repeated. The ocean remained impossibly flat and still, a perfect mirror to the heavens above. Nothing moved, nothing lived except her. She alone carved time and meaning into the silent, breathless world around them. His feet entered the water. It felt cool as it pooled around his ankles, the wet sand softening beneath its weight. The sea seemed to embrace him, as though it were something he had longed to return to. He felt invited forward, and he obeyed. The rising water soothed whatever part of his mind might have resisted, whatever instinct might have questioned why the cold calmed him instead of warning him away. But in the dream, the air and the water shared the same stillness, the same gentle temperature. So his senses made no protest. He moved slowly, carefully, so the water barely whispered around his stride. Leave it as so. With every step, the stars at his feet spiraled and faded only to reform behind him, shining all the brighter. Again he walked between worlds. Again he walked. I may not need that sentence at all. With every step, the stars at his feet spiraled and faded, only to reform behind him, shining all the brighter. I don't really need to repeat that theme, do I? Or rephrase it better. With every step, the stars at his feet spiraled and faded, only to reform behind him, shining all the brighter. I'm just going to get rid of that line altogether. The descent was gradual, the slope barely noticeable. Rounded. Rounded, 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 rounded. No rounded. I haven't gotten rounded yet. The descent was gradual, the slope barely noticeable, as if even this geometry was crafted to guide him gently. Time stretched and softened as he waded deeper, the water rising inch by inch until it caressed him up to the midriff. At last, he reached one of the lifted red rocks that jutted from the shallows, 50 feet from the true water's edge. When his fingers brushed the rough surface, the mermaid's song halted. She turned in surprise, as though seeing him for the first time. Her shock melted instantly into a smile that made the sea feel warm. In that moonlit stillness, he saw her clearly, truly, for the first time, not as he had known her before, in furious flashes of lightning and thunder. Here she was peaceful, serene as the subtle tide. She spoke, her voice still threaded with music. But Garrett's mind could grasp no meaning. He was too consumed with taking in her otherworldly beauty. I call her beautiful and use beauty quite a lot. Maybe this is where I put in charm. Her face was short and softly rounded, almost girlish, until the sharpness of her chin drew his gaze like a hook. Her eyes were enormous, framed in impossible lashes, narrowed in a predatory charm. He felt rather than understood. I can't use charm if I use here, so beauty, yeah. Perhaps allure? Her lips were full, lush, the blue of the summer ocean. Her hair fell in long, purple waves that seemed to glow like the water's surface, turning each lock a bold magenta. Dark violet stripes ran across her face like those of a tigress, streaking down high cheekbones and framing a small square nose that sat in the center of her face like a jewel. Her neck was long and slender, yet carried a subtle, stubborn strength. At first, Garrett thought the dark bands circling it were more of her violet stripes, until he realized they were gills. The same gills that had filled his lungs with stolen breath. In exchange for stolen breath when she held him beneath the violent storm. They flexed faintly with each wordless note she breathed. Her shoulders were banded with predatory markings, as though meant to frame an elegant gown, though nothing covered her chest. There, the womanly part of her was adorned only by two of the most exquisite breasts Garrett had ever seen in life or art. Not large, but flawlessly shaped, rounded, firm, crowned with delicate peaks he longed helplessly to reach. Her skin, where she was woman, was impossibly smooth, flawlessly without blemish or scar, glowing faintly in the moonlight. He sat bare and completely unashamed, almost in mockery of the tattered embarrassment Garrett chose to hide himself with. But her hands were something altogether different. They were dark ochre, the color of deep seaweed, and ended in sheer black claws. The fingers were webbed, each tipped with a hooked talon like a feline's. And I talk about her nails twice. The hands were something altogether. They were dark ochre, the color of deep seaweed, and ended in sheer black claws. feel like I should merge these two sentences. Her hands were something altogether different. They were dark ochre. Fingers were webbed. I hate this. Paste with Copilot. Like, fuck you, Copilot. They were dark ochre, the color of deep seaweed. The fingers were webbed. Fingers webbed and tipped with a hooked talon like a feline's, meant to seize prey so that escape would require tearing flesh. Was impossible. There was a roughness to them, too, as though the stone she perched upon had shaped them from its own ancient grain. I worked short sentence, long sentence, medium sentence. At least there's variety in that paragraph. Then there was her tail. It was an appendage so vast it could have been a second creature entirely, pale gray, perhaps dusted blue, like ancient ivory waiting to be polished. That's a bit of an innuendo. Fine, sleek scales covered a length nearly twice that of her torso, although along its sides rose fins as thick and sharp as sword blades. And the tail ended in a pair of scimitars, the upper longer and more curved than the lower, both built for speed and killing grace. It wasn't shaped like the dainty, horizontal flukes of children's tails. The tail ran vertical, true to a real fish, but for serpentine motion. Built for serpentine motion, for cutting through the deep, for pursuit. Something primal in Garrett's mind whispered shark, a cold ancestral warning that should have sent him fleeing. But her beauty dulled it, softened it, overwhelmed it. And as that instinct shrank into silence, another, older, more dangerous, pulled him helplessly forward. She spoke again, her voice warming his heart and smothering the instinct to flee. Her words seemed to half sing, half whisper past sharp white teeth, and he reminded himself, as if to steady the trembling in his bones, that this was only a dream. Welcome, shorewalker. Tell me, how shall I reward this curious courage that brings you into my tide? Shall I feast upon you again? Or have you come with an appetite of your own? Come then, stumble forward, you sea-tossed stone. He moved between the rocks, breath shallow, and she slipped from her natural throne without a whisper, a shadow sliding beneath a mirror. Before her tail fully sank in the moonlit water, her feminine form rose against him, pressing warm flesh to his bare chest. Cool flesh to his bare chest. Her shiny black claws traced the ridges of his body with a predator's familiarity, and he placed his hands upon her wide, powerful hips, as if compelled by some current deeper than the sea itself. There he felt the tantalizing boundary of her being. From fearsome hunter of the deep to impossibly soft woman, the divide between two worlds drawn beneath his trembling palms. As she held him, he noticed details his waking mind would never have allowed. The underside of her forearms, undersides of her forearms were smooth and pale like the softened ivory of her tail. Yet the outer surface, which had looked so rough and stony from afar, yielded beneath his touch. It shifted subtly, pliant and alive, capable of altering its texture like the skin of an octopus. Her hair, now so close he could feel its breath against his cheek, writhed with a quiet, deliberate life of its own, an anemone's slow, possessive caress, as it clung to him with the same gentle insistence as her lips, and the same dangerous precision as her claws. She was tender in her embrace, yes, almost reverent, but her grip held a severity beneath it, a warning written in touch rather than words. If he pulled away too suddenly, if he shattered this fragile communion with panic or sense, he suspected she would tear him apart without meaning to, or perhaps without minding at all. Her lips brushed past his own, drifting to his cheek, tasting him, testing him, with slow, thoughtful hunger. She traced the line of his jaw, then the thick muscle of his neck, and there she paused. Her teeth grazed his skin in a delicate bite, sweet and sharp, each fine point threatening to pierce. He clutched her tighter, breath shuddering at the soft violence. Her hands, those paradoxal things, soft and slick beneath, rough and clawed above, moved with deliberate curiosity over the ridges of his body. She mapped him by touch, following each contour until her fingers found their course. Found the coarse, brine-soaked cord that held the ragged sailcloth around his hips. She tugged at it. Not with force, but with invitation. Garrett obeyed without thought, casting the makeshift garment aside as though it was a hindrance to what he wanted most in that moment. Her caresses deepened, slow, circling, possessive, coaxing him further from reason and firmly into the realm of sensation, until under her touch, he ceased to be a creature of logic. He was only body, only breath, only desire shaped by the hands of the sea. And in the soft drowning of that dream, Garrett had only one clear wish, that he never wake from it. She pressed herself to him again, guiding him backward until the cold stone of the outcropping curved against his spine, and there was nowhere left for him to retreat. The world narrowed to the heat of her body and the chill of the water around them. To the impossible closeness where her softness met his trembling need. Her breath shuddered against his mouth, a sound that might have become another unearthly song had he allowed it. But Garrett silenced it with his lips, leaning into her, tasting the sound before it could escape. His tongue brushed against the dangerous edges of her teeth, a reckless, instinctive desire. Dare. As though he meant to devour the very voice that had haunted his dreams. She answered with a low, thrumming note, half moan, half melody, her claws tightening just enough to remind him that even in pleasure he was prey in the arms of deadly desire. Again he felt suspended between worlds, where nothing seemed fully real. As gently as the lapping tide, he sank deeper into the dream. Each rhythm of their shared melody tugged at him, pulling him into the very essence of her being, simultaneously yielding and unyielding. Her presence gripped him, moving through him in waves he could not resist. Though he still breathed air and felt the wet grit of sand beneath his feet, a vertigo overtook him, as if the very heart of the ocean had claimed him. Garrett was drowning in desire, in an appetite that only seemed to grow the more he took. Beneath the quiet witness of twin moons, one from his airy world of empty space, the other rising from her compressed, crushing depths. Their roles reversed. For a fleeting, dizzying moment, Garrett became the predator. The still waters churned around them as he grasped her, spinning her in the buoyancy of the tide and pressing her against the stone. Wave after wave lashed the rocks in rhythm, while the hunger rising through him, each pulse driving him deeper into a craving he had restrained. His strength seemed to ebb and flow, with a surrender that held him fast to her, providing only enough freedom to crash into her again, exposing further depths into her soft womanhood. He lost all sense of himself, as the twinning worlds that encircled and embraced their union all became one, and the dream faded to a sweet nothingness that held them suspended within one another. He awoke on the beach. His body was bare, stinging with fresh wounds caked in sand. The sun burned overhead, forcing him to cover his eyes. His shelter was gone. Sitting upright, he spied the rocks off the shoreline and wondered if he had only just arrived on the island. There, at the water's edge, his makeshift loincloth swayed with the tide, skimming the sand before skipping away again, back and forth, echoing the rhythm of his dream. The dream. But it wasn't. A bolt of fear coursed through him, bringing him to his feet. He ran, sand clinging to weak muscles, back to his campsite. His raft lay in ruins along the shore, the once sturdy planks shattered to useless shards. The ocean mocked him, brimming with a merciless, hungry laughter. Out in the water, he glimpsed a mermaid, her head bobbing like a luminous purple orb, eyes wide and penetrating, too far to read her expression, victory, contempt, or a cruel mixture of both. Disappointment washed over him, disappointment in himself, in her, in his shattered raft, and the hopelessness of this situation. A surge of frustration made him seize a piece of broken wood and fling it toward her. It splashed helplessly into the waves, only to be returned in mocking rhythm. She leapt, a silver blur, somersaulting backward before vanishing beneath the waves. The sky darkened as a storm gathered. Garrett huddled beneath his leaky lean-to, shivering with cold and self-contempt. Okay. Except I was looking for a typo that I never found. Rounded, almost girlish, so I got a space that I did not find. This. That doesn't belong. Underside of her forearms, we got that extra space on another. That can be another paragraph just for her hair. Another paragraph just for her neck, her face, her hair, her neck, her shoulders, her skin, and then her tail becomes it. So her, that's kind of poetic. Search. And one another. All right. Okay. Learning how to use Word better. That's fantastic. Okay. Alright. Saved. Good. On to chapter 4. I already went through and like opened everything up and have it like in order, so as I close one, it should bring me naturally into the next one, so I don't got to do any searching during the stream. By the end of this one, I want to get to, I think, finish chapter 7 at least. Maybe, you know, let's do it chapter 8. Let's go till chapter 8. So finishing this will bring me to halfway through what I want this stream to be, because I really want to get through this today and then illustrate my ass off tonight. That's the plan. I got my pre-sketch. I got like the prep stuff done. I don't know, about done-ish. But like my first pass on getting the image. Alright, here's a tight copy edit pass for chapter 4. Keeping to your rules. U.S. English, no Oxford comma enforcement. Minimum intervention. Only commas, typos, grammar, clarity, and repetition flags. No stylistic rewrites. Typos and word errors. Rainbowed curtain, correct but uncommon, not an error, flag only. Shark half, hyphenation is consistent and correct. Noonday, correct U.S. English, though less common than noon, fine. Cord, that night he fastened an extra cord around his doorway. This is a definite typo. Musical cord versus rope cord. Okay, my bad. Lovesick puppy is a compound adjective. Repetition and echoes. Nod, gnawing hunger. Continues motive from earlier chapters. Consistent but frequent. Untouched, pristine. Appears close together. Works thematically. No one's prey. No one's plaything. Effective parallelism. No change suggested. Barbarian, barbarous. Intentional echo. Fine. Hunger. Physical and emotional. Purposeful layering but density noted. Commas and punctuation. Missing comma. Behind him, he felt the presence. Behind him, he felt. I don't know if that's necessary. Days before, he would have strained. Days before, he would have strained. I don't know about that one either. Missing comma. Behind him, he felt the presence. Angry splashes. Comma already addressed above. Comma needed. In the dim, overcast light, he caught his reflection. Yeah, okay, overcast light. Missing comma. Right then, he decided he would carve out a new shelter here, correct as is. Then why tell me about it? Missing comma. By noonday, his gnawing hunger forced him. By noonday, his gnawing hunger. I don't think I need one there either. Missing comma. Where at last he returned to a central point of sight. I don't think I needed the one there either. By evening, he had rigged. That's correct. Then why tell me? Missing comma. For the first time in days, he felt a little more like a man. The first time in days, he felt a little more. I don't think that one's right either. Missing comma. For the first time since arriving on the island, he let himself believe. Looking back across the dunes, he saw his own footprints. Dunes he saw. Missing comma. By the time he stumbled into his new base camp, he was half sick. Run-on sentence, last paragraph. Perhaps larger than he should, and watched the night itself like a guardsman while fighting sleep, only to eventually betray himself yet again. There's yet, yeah. Needs at least one comma or split. Minimum fixed comma after should and after guardsman. Grammar clarity fix. Some stubborn part of him had missed the lean-to. Clean. He had simply underestimated the reach of her influence. Strong, clean sentence. Had she come inland, dragging the massive shark calf through the forest, clear and effective. If she had swam inland once. Swum. I don't like the sound of the word swum, so I won't be changing that. I think swum is a weird word. Watch the night itself as a guardsman. Grammatically fine, slightly archaic phrasing, flag only. Another hypnotic suggestion, correct. He kept the fire bright, perhaps larger than he should have. Missing auxiliary verb. Definite fix, mechanical. Chord to chord, lovesick should be one. Head swam, head swam, head swum. I still don't know about using swum. Should have, final paragraph. Add missing commas noted above. Break or punctuate final run-on sentence. Yeah, okay. This is one of your cleaner chapters mechanically, despite its length. Emotional escalation is clear, enchantment logic is consistent, the reveal reset on the beach lands hard and clean. Final paragraph needs the most mechanical attention. You are still on track to finish with this in 2 sessions, even at this chapter length. When ready, pace chapter 5. Okay. And I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, because I've had 3 cups of coffee this morning, and y'all just saw me have a cup of tea. So, I'll be right back. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and close up the phone app, because that is not doing shit for me right now. Alright. You should absolutely correct these. Alright, lovesick, had swam, had swum. I hate the word swum. I really hate the word swum. It doesn't seem right to me at all. I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it. Maybe the word's growing on me. Swum. Swum. Swum sounds dumb, but okay. I'm going to make some more tea, just to try and help my throat. There's a lot to read out loud. Alright. Garrett sifted through the wet sand, searching for any splinter of his shattered selvage worth reclaiming. The rain came down in thin, needling sheets, turning the beach into a slurry of grit and foam. Behind him he felt the presence, angry splashes breaking the gray water, the weight of distant eyes watching from beyond the breakers. Days before he would have strained to see her through such a storm. Now he fought just as hard to ignore her. With his escape ruined, he retreated into the forest, into a place that felt his, not hers. The sky hung low and bruised behind a cloudy veil, the canopy above dripping ceaselessly. He reached his familiar fishing spot faster than usual, driven by bitterness that lengthened his stride. He thought of his ruined traps and wondered Okay. He reached his familiar fishing spot faster than usual, driven by bitterness that lengthened his stride. He thought of his ruined traps and wondered darkly, spitefully, whether she had dragged herself ashore just to destroy them, to ensure his reliance on her offerings, to toy with him, to sing that sweet, twisting melody and wind it around his soul only to drown it in depravity. The thought made his stomach turn. Desire clung to him still, warm and shameful beneath the cold rain. He hated her, despised her, yet he hungered for her. Hungered to hear that intoxicating, sorrow-laden song again and kiss away whatever loneliness had birthed it. And beneath all that, a simpler hunger gnawed at him. He had seen the fresh catch of fish strewn among the wreckage on the shore. A larger haul than usual, a gift, a taunt. He ignored it out of spite, knowing full well she would see the rejection. Now he wished he had stolen some of that fish away before slipping into the woods like a starving stray mongrel. The rain only sharpened the scent of the creek as he knelt beside it, watching silver-backed fish drift lazily in the shallows. His stomach nodded and growled. Rage simmered at the thought of waiting yet again for one to take the pitiful bait he'd offered for days without success. In the dim, overcast light he caught his reflection rippling on the water. Wild brown hair matted to his skull, streaming in tangled strips, a rough layer of stubble clawing across his jaw, naked, soaked, alone, half-starved. He looked less like a shipwrecked sailor and more like a madman haunting the forest, a barbarian. The word made something harden inside him. Right then, he decided, he would carve out a new shelter here, far from the tide, far from the ocean, far from her, somewhere he could think, somewhere her song couldn't reach him, or so he prayed. He returned to what fruit trees he had relied on, only to find them nearly picked clean, both above and below. What meager scraps he managed to salvage only sharpened his hunger. He moved along thin, winding trails, gathering what little remained of his prior traps. Most were scattered, splintered, wrecked as thoroughly as his raft. By noonday, his gnawing hunger forced him deeper into the island, into a part he had never explored. The rain thickened overhead, and the wind muttered through the leaves like a warning. When he at last returned to his central point, the site of his budding homestead, By noonday, his gnawing hunger forced him deeper into the island, into a part he had never explored. The rain thickened overhead, and the wind muttered through the leaves like a warning. I might not need this paragraph at all. Like, this doesn't really work time-wise. I'll keep it. He assumed it merely spilled out when at last he returned to his central point, the site of his budding homestead. Those few choice logs laid out like the bones of a future refuge gave him a flicker of resolve. He pressed on, following the creek farther downstream than he ever had dared. He assumed it merely spilled out somewhere else along the beach. He was grateful to be wrong. The creek widened into a secluded pond fed by twin waterfalls, their mist catching the sun in the thin, shimmering rainbow curtain. But it's raining, so... Yeah, I got some inconsistencies in this section. I think I can get rid of this. Creek widened into a secluded pond fed by twin waterfalls. Caves ringed the water's edge. It fell into a natural basin. Caves ringed the water's edge, dark mouths gaping beneath the overhangs. It was perfect. It was perfect. Shelter from the rain, a place for firelight to cling to stone, a retreat beyond the reach of the tide and her voice. But he was not the first to find it. Half buried in moss and sand lay broken pillars carved with ancient runes. Pillars carved with ancient runes. Garrett didn't recognize. Shapes that tangled currents, spirals, and hooked lines eroded by centuries. Whatever rite or gathering had once taken place here was long dead, swallowed by time. Erected as if to hold back the sky. See, the pillars are kind of like their own characters in this. They whisper their meaning. They don't really tell. Half buried in moss and sand lay pillars. Stood pillars. Like I originally added them as sort of like an artistic touch, but they have more meaning. Half buried in moss and sand stood pillars, erected as if to hold back the sky. Carved with ancient runes Garrett didn't recognize, shapes like tangled currents, spirals, and hooked lines eroded by centuries. Whatever rite or gathering had once taken place here was long dead, swallowed by time. Still, the air felt thick with something unspoken, as though the stone itself remembered. And for a moment Garrett wondered if he had stumbled into a place meant to stay forgotten. The thought alone made it seem perfect for hiding. He returned to his familiar fishing spot and allowed himself a small, almost foolish smile as he bid it farewell. With as much lumber as he could shoulder, he trudged back toward the pond, clinging to the hope that he was leaving his bad luck behind. By evening, he had rigged a crude doorway over the mouth of one of the larger caves and coaxed a small fire to life within. Its glow clung to the stone like a fragile promise, warmth, shelter, and the first place in days that felt untouched by her. Despite his hunger, the warmth brought him a fragile comfort, as he finally dried after such a long, dreadfully dreary day. But the night proved uneasy. He woke at every shift of wind, every drip of rain against the stone. Every drop of rain against the stone, every rustle beyond the cave mouth. And once, half dreaming, half certain, he thought he heard the distinct sound of a woman weeping, carried thin and mournful on the storm-laden air. He awoke still feeling like a barbarous madman, but a cool dip in the lake roused his reason and steadied his spirits. What relieved him most was finding a body of water that didn't trigger disappointment or fear. The water here was truly fresh, not salty, not brackish, and the chorus of frogs ringing the banks confirmed it. Today was another miserable, overcast day, but the rain had weakened, leaving only a damp chill. Chill in the air. Move. Stop. Stop. That's enough. That's enough. Chill. Yeah, chill. You don't need to tell me. I saw it. I got startled by it. Caught me out of the corner of the eye. You just chill. You startled me with that. Then swam. One result. I guess the word swum has grown on me. If she had swum inland once. I hate that word. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. And once, half dreaming, half certain, he thought he had heard the distant sound of a woman weeping, carried thin and mournful on the storm-laden air. He awoke still feeling like a barbarous madman, but a cool dip in the lake roused his reason and steadied his spirits. What relieved him most was finding a body of water that didn't trigger disappointment or fear. The water here was truly fresh, not salty, not brackish, and the chorus of frogs ringing on the banks confirmed it. Today was another miserably overcast day, but the rain had weakened, leaving only a damp chill in the air, to the air, maybe to the air. To the air. Catching several of the frogs proved difficult, but worth the effort. They offered a simple breakfast of much-needed meat, scarce though the portions were. Garrett spent the morning setting new traps along the embankments and the narrow trails threading through the undergrowth. Surely this place was frequented by the island's wildlife. Fresh water this clean was too precious to ignore. The fish here were easier prey as well, and by midday he had secured a proper meal using nothing more than a crudely fashioned spear. Okay. For the first time in days, a thin root of hope began to take hold in him, though tangled with despair. This arrangement was fine for today, but he couldn't live like this forever. He would have to try to escape again if he ever wanted to return home. Home. He wasn't even sure where that was anymore. The shifting stars had stolen the sky's guidance from him, leaving him stranded not just on the island but in the world itself. Every night he seemed to be under a different sky, with the constellations driven away from their previous night's location. from their previous location. Not that it mattered on such a cloudy, dreary day. Garrett resolved to stay near his new base camp and try to devise a plan. One decision came easily. He would avoid the rocky outcropping along the shoreline. He wanted no risk of falling under another hypnotic suggestion. That was all the incident had been, wasn't it? A trick of the siren's song. Just like the old tales, luring men off course, shattering ships upon the rocks. But then, why had she left him unharmed? Why bring him food? The thoughts curled around him like tendrils, and he shook his head sharply, refusing to follow them down whatever path they led. Dangerous thinking. Foolish thinking. He busied himself with gathering wood for his shelter. The crude structure still felt exposed to the elements, the wind slipping through the gaps like probing fingers. Another wall, at least one more, would make it feel less like a temporary refuge and more like a place he might survive the night. When evening came, Garrett felt a rare flicker of pride as he watched the firelight dance across his newly constructed wall. Planks still damp, the gaps stuffed with mud and moss. Crude, yes, but it was shelter. His shelter. Something he had made with his own hands. For the first time in days, it's at a comma. For the first time in days, he felt a little more like a man and less like a cornered animal. Yet he hated, truly hated, that some stubborn part of him missed the lean-to on the warm sand, missed the salt-washed breeze and the luxury of watching the sun sink beneath the waves each night, missed the familiar rhythm of the tide and the strange, terrible comfort of knowing she was near. But here, in the shadow of stone and forest, he was no one's prey, no one's plaything. He fell asleep satisfied, with his work, with the fire's warmth, with the full meal settling in his belly. For the first time since arriving on the island, he let himself believe that tomorrow would be better, that his traps would be full, that the clouds would break and the sun would return. He drifted off, confident that he had finally taken a step out of her reach. Garrett awoke with a dull ache pulsing through every limb. His body felt heavy, unrested, as though sleep had done nothing but bruise him further. The light pressing against his eyelids was harsh, too bright, too direct. He lifted a hand to shield his face and pushed himself upright, planting his free palm on the ground for balance. Warm sand shifted beneath his fingers. Sand. The beach. A cold jolt ran straight through him. He cracked his eyes open and immediately regretted it. The sun glared down like a merciless, unblinking eye, stabbing through his skull. His wounds, still raw, still filled with grit, flared awake in protest. His thoughts staggered, sluggish and confused like a drunkard still reeling from the night before. Blinking through the blur, his vision sharpened just enough to catch the shape he dreaded most, the rocks. And there they sat, a little more than 50 feet off the shoreline, jagged, dark silhouettes rising from the sea like tribunal judges. The waves crash against them in rolling bursts, each impact sounding horribly like laughter. Laughter at him, laughter at his escape, undone. Beside him sat his loincloth and a length of rope to tie it with, laid out, folded for his convenience. Had he done this? Garrett stared at the rocks. His pulse quickened with a sick, sinking recognition. He didn't remember walking here. He didn't remember anything after drifting off by the fire. The memories should have been there, some trail, some stumble, some panic in the dark, but his mind offered only blankness. A cold thought crept in. Did I come here, or was I brought? The tide lapped higher around his ankles, colder than he remembered the sea ever being. He pushed himself up, the ache in his limbs worsening, as though he'd been carried a great distance or fought something in his sleep. Yay, stocks are down. And possibly rising, we'll see. The tide lapped higher around his ankles. Looking back across the dunes, he saw his own footprints, clear, damning evidence of self-betrayal. His stomach quivered, as though the frogs he'd eaten yesterday were still alive and kicking inside him. Had she come inland, dragging that massive shark-haft through the forest? Or had her song reached him even in his secluded cave? There were no furrows in the sand to suggest she'd crawled this far. He had simply underestimated the reach of her influence. A sudden crash of water behind him made him wheel around. The creature of his fears surfaced behind one of the rocks and slid atop with languid grace. She smiled, waved even, with a shy yet arrogantly knowing curl of her fingers. Her eyes watched him with a proud hunger, as if she knew far too much about him. He staggered back, disgust rising hot in his throat. He didn't need memory to tell him what had happened last night. He could read it in her expression. Worse, he could feel it in the unearned ease humming through his body. Another dalliance with this devil of the deep. Garrett turned away, shaking his head as he walked. Behind him came a cry, raw, wounded, like some injured animal. One piercing, grief-stricken note, then a splash. He risked a glance back. She was gone. Somehow that made the entire surface of the water more dangerous than before. Garrett ran. He sprinted across the sand toward his first encampment, heart pounding, breath tearing at his throat. But her voice pursued him, drifting in from some impossible distance over the waves. Would you really love me, then leave me? Hold me, then hide? What kind of cruel coward are you, shorewalker? Arriving at his lean-to, he stopped short. It wasn't destroyed, worse, it was tended. His firewood had been neatly stacked. A line of fish hung between two poles drying in the sun. The lean-to itself had been reinforced, built up into something sturdier, and draped in garlands of seaweed threaded with shells and starfish. A shrine, a plea, a trap dressed as tenderness. For a moment rage flared in him, urging his hands to tear it down, but the fury gutted him as quickly as smothered by some wretched tangling feeling he couldn't name. Defeated by it, he slipped back into the forest. From the shoreline, the sound of weeping rose with the tides as the sky began to darken. Garrett burst through the trees at a new location, carving a wide path he'd never taken before. The creek or any water felt unsafe right now. If she had swum inland once, who was to say she wasn't gliding silently through every stream, every pool, calling to him from beneath the surface? And the decorations at his shoreline shelter, were those an offering, an invitation, a lure? The thought made his skin crawl. He felt toyed with, managed, kept. By the time he stumbled into his new base camp, he was half sick with dread, braced for some proof she had found this refuge too, but everything was calm, untouched. His makeshift door, vines tugged into crude hinges, hung slightly ajar, just enough for him to slip through sideways, not nearly enough for a creature with a long, sweeping tail to force its way inside. For a heartbeat he felt relief, then it soured. His raft had been torn apart, his traps ruined, his body stolen in the night, but this place, this one place he had chosen, remained pristine, untouched. That almost made it worse. It meant the violation wasn't physical, it was him. He had left by his own will, a will he no longer trusted. Was this enchantment? It had to be. Nothing else could explain the longing rising in him now. The sudden pity for the sea creature he had fled from, the aching guilt for the way he'd left her crying in the surf. That couldn't be natural. This weakness couldn't be attraction. Garrett pressed his back to the cave wall and dragged both hands down his face, trying to scrape the fog from his thoughts. His memories of the night before slid through his mind like eels, glimpses of moonlight, the taste of salt on her tongue, the warmth of a body he should have feared. None of it felt chosen. None of it felt like him. It was as though something inside him had been lifted gently from its place and rearranged, each piece angled toward her. And worst of all, he could feel the arrangement still, waiting. He curled forward, gripping his skull as if holding the pieces in place by sheer force. No more. He would not wake on that beach again. He would not be summoned in the night like some lovesick puppy. If she meant to rule his sleep, he would find a way to bar the door of his own mind. That night he fastened an extra cord around his doorway to bind it shut. Another around his ankle to leash it to a large stone, and finally stuffed his ears with moss to keep her sad, seductive song from reaching into his brain. He kept the fire bright, perhaps larger than he should have, and watched the night itself as a guardsman while fighting sleep, only to eventually betray himself yet again in another surrender. Okay, I've binded shut, another around his ankle to leash him to a large stone, and finally stuffed his ears with moss. Okay. 2,707. All right. Chord, lovesick, head swum, should have, add missing commas noted above, break or punctuate final run-on sentence. It's one of your cleaner chapters mechanically, despite its length. Emotional escalation is clear, enchantment logic is consistent. Alright, so that's chapter 4. Chapter 5. Two and a half hours for the first 4 chapters. Want to get 4 more done. That's the goal. I was on this one on December 11th too. (2,547 words). So this is one of my shorter ones. I try to keep them all pretty short. Pop that in, Control V. See how that comes up. Go back up to the top here. There's a clean copy edit only pass for chapter 5. Same rules. U.S. English, no Oxford comma enforcement, no stylistic rewrites, just commas, typos, grammar, clarity, and repetition flags. This chapter is long and dialogue heavy, so most issues are punctuation and a few definite errors, definite typos and errors. These should be fixed. With withering judgment, duplicate word, withering judgment, had swam, had swum. Appears earlier in chapter 4, not repeated here. What he'd come for, the victory, hollow in his hands, comma splice, either add and or split into 2 sentences. Any trappings, incorrect plural usage, any traps, any trapping. Oh, okay. Okay. And some missing commas. I need to check something real quick. Ow. Alright, chapter 5. Let's look at these commas. Missing commas. Wow, there's a lot. That night the wind shifted, correct as is. The night the wind shifted just slightly, just enough for Garrett to wake in a different kind of haze next morning, correct rhythmically. Remembering the latching he fashioned the night before, remembering the latching. I don't agree with that. Rising in alarm, he struck the back of his skull. Rising in alarm, he struck that, maybe that one. Gathering himself into a miserable heap, he unbound the vine. And I get where these are coming from. These are all in a section where I'm kind of like rumbling forward quite a bit. That one works. Rising to tend the pile made him wince again. Campsites. Coming after surf. Okay. Dialogue punctuation is strong overall. M dashes inside dialogue are consistent and effective. Quotation breaks are clear and readable. This line needs a comma removal. And now you show gratitude at last simply because you are hungry. Okay. Repetition echoes flag, not errors. Nature, thematic, repetition, intentional. Hunger and hungry, pride and shame, lonely and alone, instinct. These are thematically tight and consistent. No correction is suggested. Minimal fix checklist. Must fix items. Duplicate with withering. Any trappings should be traps. Missing commas listed above. Comma after surf. Remove comma after because. Final paragraph, comma splice. Optional polish. Hyphenate white crested and consider tightening a few dialogue beats not required for copy edit. Overall assessment: this chapter is emotionally complex and mechanically solid, especially given the amount of dialogue. Most issues are predictable. Missing commas after introductory phrases and a handful of clean typos. You're still well on pace to finish copy editing in 2 sessions. Okay. I think for this one I'm going to try using the search tool. Duplicate word, withering judgment. I only have it once. With withering judgment. I think that's the issue, that with withering judgment. Okay. Swam. No, that's not there. No, I don't agree with that either. Any such snares. Okay. Using commas, that night the wind shifted, as is, remembering the latching he'd fashioned. Remembering the latching he'd fashioned the night before, rising in alarm, he struck the back of his skull. Alarm. I do have a comma there. Like, it's telling me to put commas in where I have commas. And both of those have commas, so yeah, this is not a great aid. Pile. Nope. Campsite, that feels necessary. Campsite. There is a comma there. What the fuck? Surf. Yeah, and then I have a comma there. So furious. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. I don't feel like I need one there either. Okay. So yeah, ChatGPT is not an awesome copy editor. It can point out things, but it misses a lot. So white crested. That I don't mind adding a hyphen to. Okay. All right, let's do the read through. That night the wind shifted just slightly, just enough for Garrett to wake in a different kind of haze the next morning. Smoke had filled his cave hovel so thoroughly that daylight streamed through in swindling bars. His eyes burned as he blinked awake, and he coughed through a throat scraped raw by ash. Rising in alarm, he struck the back of his skull against the cave wall and lurched forward, nearly tearing down the supporting structure. Remembering the latching he'd fashioned the night before, he clawed at the extra cord until the door gave way. He stumbled out and fell hard on his face, tasting the moist dust of the pond bank. His ankle burned, his own betrayal. Gathering himself into a miserable heap, he unbound the vine around his leg, wincing at the red band it had seared into his skin during his frantic escape from the choking smoke. He felt foolish, but laughed it off with a shake of his head as he pulled the wads of moss from his ears. He looked over the now askew wall of sticks and leaves and was grateful nothing had burned outright. The fire had collapsed in a smoldering heap, still breathing out a thick, stubborn cloud of smoke, proof that a few embers clung to life within. Rising to tend the pile made him wince again at the stab in his ankle. Perhaps it had been twisted into a light sprain. Each step mocked him with reminders of his own foolishness as he worked to quiet the smoke without killing the fire entirely. He was already too tired, too frustrated to face the chore of starting a new flame today. Garrett checked his fishing supplies, just a few lengths of knotted cord and some makeshift hooks, only to find they'd been placed far too close to the flames. They were charred, brittle, useless. In his obsession with protecting his chastity and his pride, he must have been careless with them. His stomach gnawed at him. Until his head spun, and his ankle throbbed so fiercely he felt helpless to do anything about it. Climbing the fruit trees was out of the question. Even the idea of staggering from trap to trap in hopes of catching nothing felt like a cruel waste of what strength he had left. His pride had already been shattered that morning, so he swallowed what scraps remained and found himself, almost without meaning to, limping back toward the shore. He hated admitting, even to himself, that he was returning in the hopes of the mermaid's mercy, praying she had left another meal. With any luck, she had abandoned a fresh bounty he could snatch quickly before slinking away again, without encountering the lust-drunk siren who haunted his nights. No such luck. When he reached his first, now secondary campsite, there was no bounty waiting for him. The garlands of seaweed and shells had been ripped down, their remnants strewn across the sand like the aftermath of an argument he didn't remember having. Even the spot where her fish offering usually lay was a chaos of torn weeds and broken shells. On yet another cold, colorless morning, the sight felt especially harsh, especially personal, as though she hadn't merely withdrawn her kindness, but rejected him entirely. His stomach growled in despondency as his eyes lifted to the white-crested tide in self-pity and regret. The sight made his blood run cold. He jolted, then went utterly still. Embarrassment, shame, and a sick twist of fear washed through him all at once. There, half in the surf, her hands pressed to the wet sand, her bare chest lifted without a hint of modesty, lay the mermaid. She glowered at him with the solemnity of judge and jury combined. Disdain and longing braided through her gaze. She looked almost awkward this far out of the water, propped on her elbows like a creature caught between worlds. Yet she carried herself with a strange, regal poise, a dignity Garrett himself lacked as he limped toward the beach. Down the beach like a wounded puppy. Forcing a smile that felt brittle on his lips, he raised a hand in greeting. "Good morning, miss," he managed, the words tumbling out too quickly. "I was hoping you might have left food for me." He hesitated, humiliation rising hot in his throat. "I assume it was you leaving the fish." Another pause. His voice wavered. "I do appreciate it." A third, longer pause. "Thank you." She lifted her sharp, tapered chin and somehow, despite lying half-submerged, despite being lower than him, managed to look down on him with withering judgment. Garrett felt her gaze scrape through him, cool and invasive. He opened his mouth to speak again, some apology, some plea, perhaps even a foolish instinct to approach her, when her voice cut through the air, icy, clear, beautiful in a way that melted straight through his spine. "You finally speak to me, lover, and it is only to beg like some octopus scrounging for scraps?" Her words rang with steady music. "I offer you gifts, my affection. You spurn them, yet come to me nightly to satisfy your desire without a single word. And now you show gratitude at last, simply because you are hungry?" She hissed a breath through her teeth, the sound almost a broken note in a song. Pitiful, clumsy oaf. With that she turned, dragging herself toward deeper water. Cumbersome in movement, yes, her tail catching in the sand, her arms working awkwardly along the wet ground, but never once did she surrender her dignity. Even wounded, even furious, she carried herself like a queen retreating from an unworthy subject. "Wait," Garrett called, limping forward across the wet sand. She flicked her head toward him, her expression carved from disdain. But the moment her eyes took in his stagger, his struggle, her features softened. She paused, rolling onto her back and propping herself up on her elbows. Head tilted, she watched him, curiosity and concern threading through the crease of her brow. "How did you come to be injured, shore walker? Is this why you..." "Did not come to me last night, my poor bumbling lover?" The word lover made him flinch. Disgust with himself twisted into anger, rising hot in his chest. "I injured myself resisting your enchantments, you siren." He spat, voice harsh with shame and defiance. She looked at him, shocked and dismayed. "Enchantments?" Her voice was sharp, incredulous, yet carried a melodic lilt that made him falter. "You come to me slack-jawed and dumb like some beast." And because I sing for my own amusement, you call me a siren. Garrett felt heat rise in his cheeks, a mixture of shame and anger. You've ensnared me, he stammered. I injured myself resisting you. She tilted her head, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. Ensnared you? You enter my waters, my body, my song, how many times now, without even asking my name, and yet you have the gall. You have the gall to call me an enchantress, and you expect me to leave food for you like some careless fry. So I guess I'm going out car shopping today. Her tone dripped with contempt, yet something beneath it hummed with a sharp amusement. A subtle pull he couldn't ignore. She rolled onto her stomach, propping herself on her elbows, watching him with a predator's grace and a tilt of curiosity. Garrett clenched his fists, trying to steady himself. I didn't come for food. Not just that, His voice faltered under the weight of her gaze, something in it making him feel small and exposed. I don't know why I came at all. She arched an eyebrow, lips curving ever so slightly. Ah, so the beast is finally honest, she said softly, almost singing the last words. Tell me, Shorewalker, is this truth or merely your pride bruised and your belly empty? Garrett gaped. His jaw hung as his mind flipped between anger and hunger, fear and desire. He limped a few steps closer, unsure whether he wanted answers or a meal, or simply to stop feeling like a fool. I'm sorry if I've been rude, he said, voice raw. But why save me just to toy with me and seduce me? Am I supposed to be your pet, your plaything? I disappointed you last night and now you won't feed me? What am I supposed to think when you cast some spell over me that makes me feel like I'm dreaming? Where I have no control when you're near? She blinked slowly as if dissecting each of his words, then her lips curled, not quite a smile, not quite a sneer. Lover, she breathed. Do you truly think I ensnare you? She shifted, pulling herself closer with effortless grace, even as her tail dragged awkwardly across the sand. I sing because it is my nature. I am beautiful because it is my nature. I want, I hunger, I seek warmth because it is my nature. The sea made me this way. Her fingers traced her collarbone in idle thought. When you hear my voice, your mind goes soft. When you see me, your blood heats. That is your nature. You are a man. You are not made of iron. She let the words hang, watching them sink into him. A faint, pleased glow touched her eyes, quietly flattered, not mocking. You think I bewitched you, she murmured, tilting her head. But perhaps you simply wanted me. Perhaps you came of your own will, again and again, because your body obeys the laws it was born under. A sly, dangerous smile followed, just as mine does. Garrett swallowed, caught between denial and the truth she'd laid bare. I don't. But she leaned forward, eyes bright with predatory affection. There is no villain here, Shorewalker, only instinct, only want. Only the sea's design and the land's. Her voice softened, unexpectedly tender. But now you insult me with talk of spells and trickery, as if you were a child who cannot be held responsible for his own longing. She paused after speaking of nature, his and hers, and something in her expression loosened, the anger slipping just a little. And still, she murmured, you think I toy with you. She lifted one hand from the sand and let the water drip from her fingers, slow, thoughtful, not seductive, reflective. When you come to me dazed and burning, I think you are drawn. I think you are choosing me. I am flattered. Her voice dipped. almost shy. I thought you liked that you lost control. Garrett's breath hitched. The words struck deeper than expected. It frightened me, he admitted. It still does. Her eyes softened in a way that made him feel briefly seen, completely, painfully. Then we are alike, she whispered, for you frighten me as well. That startled him almost more than her anger. She reached toward him, fingers brushing the sea water between them. Her gesture was tender, hesitant, nothing like the confident creature who scolded him moments before. When you come close, she said quietly, my heart beats too fast. My voice trembles. I feel warm. She gave a small, almost embarrassed laugh. It is not magic. It is not enchantment. It is simply what you do to me. For a heartbeat, they stared at one another, the tension shifting, not vanishing, but forming into something new, something frightening for both of them. It could have mended everything, but Garrett's shame surged again, black and stubborn. His ankle throbbed, his stomach churned, his pride burned. You say that, Garrett growled, but then why destroy everything I build? Why make it impossible for me to survive without you? The moment shattered. She drew back her hand as if scalded. Garrett's shame curdled into anger. He limped closer, pointing at her with a trembling hand. He snapped. Explain the raft, the traps, all of it. You think I don't see what you've been doing? Every time I try to leave this cursed island, something destroys my work. My raft shattered, my traps ripped apart. Her brows rose in genuine confusion. You think I ruined your sticks and vines? Don't play innocent, Garrett barked. You dragged yourself inland to decorate my shelter like some lovesick spirit. But you can't bear the thought of me escaping, can you? So you smash what I build, force me to depend on you, keep me hungry enough to crawl back. His voice cracked against the last word, exposing more of his fear than he wished. Something in her expression shifted, first bafflement, then a wounded understanding. The raft, she murmured, yes, that one was mine. She didn't say it with pride. She said it like a confession pressed out of her. I saw you piling driftwood and rope, and She looked away toward the endless horizon. The sea is vast, lover, cold, empty. I am alone in it. When I saw you building that thing, I thought, her voice thinned, I thought you would leave me. Garrett blinked, thrown by the nakedness of her tone. But the traps, he demanded, grasping for something solid. Did you destroy those too? She made a sharp, dismissive gesture. What traps? Why would I bother with such things? I haven't seen any such snares. The forest is too dense and dry for me to wander in. Her tail slapped lightly against the surf. If they are broken, perhaps you are a poor craftsman. Her lack of guilt there seemed genuine and infuriatingly dismissive. But she wasn't finished. And as for your raft, she said more firmly now, I did not break it to punish you. I broke it because I wanted you to stay. I want you to love me. Her hands curled in the sand, embarrassed by the admission. What man could love a fish? He snapped. Hurt flickered across her features, sharp, unguarded, before freezing into fury. She twisted, dragging herself back into the surf, and disappeared for a heartbeat before resurfacing with a massive fish in both hands. With royal disdain, she hurled it at him, the motion effortless. A reminder of her strength. Love this, then, if this is what you think of me. It slapped at his feet, looking more shocked than he felt. Garrett stood deflated, stunned, furious, ashamed, everything at once, as she watched him with that impossible mixture of longing and contempt. Their fight hung suspended between them, unresolved, unended, the natural storm of two creatures who had never meant to meet at all. He lifted his head to thank her, but she had already flipped away into the deep and vanished. Garrett bent, picked up what he'd come for, the victory hollow in his hands. He made a small fire in the sand and cooked the fish, staring out over the churning surf. Every wave seemed to echo the ghost of her voice. To his own frustration, he found himself wishing she would return, if only to scold him again. Their exchange had awakened something he had nearly forgotten, the desire for companionship, for another voice in this silent world. He had never felt more alone, now that he knew he wasn't the only lonely creature on this island. It works. And chapter 6. That brings me to about a third of the story. And the wife, like I said, had just texted me about going car shopping. So I think this will be where I take a break. Or, I don't know, maybe find out if she's on her way. This is a long chapter. Oh shit, this is a long chapter. This one is 3,282. So this is my longest chapter. And last time I modified this was December 11th too, so this was 12 days ago. Control C, Control V. Let's see what this says. Understood. This is a copy edit only transformation, which is allowed. I'll keep the same fast mechanical pass as chapter 4 to 5. U.S. English, no Oxford comma, no stylistic rewrites, only commas, typos, grammar, clarity, and repetition flags. This chapter is longer and denser, so I'll separate definite fixes for flags. Okay. Remove comma after loneliness. Spacing error. Shivering, add space, not entirely. Okay. Loneliness. No comma there. Shivering. I got an extra space. One result. Get rid of that. Missing comma. Smiling at the unexpected good fortune Garrett felt. Fortune. He could. 8 results for he could. Missing comma, setting the coils aside. He stepped out of the cave. Rodent-like creature drawing in a cave. He found himself. Back, Garrett. Sure. That's fine. That evening, Garrett returned to his lean-to. That evening, that's fine. Then around midnight, he heard it. Then around midnight. Then okay. You on your way, or what time are you thinking? Well, thank you, durable, sloppy, whatever you are. Yeah, sure, best viewers, I'm sure. Appreciate it. Alright, Chapter 6. The throbbing in his ankle made the journey back to the cave long and slow. A new weight had been chained around his heart, making his steps heavier the further he went. Somehow, speaking with her had enchanted him more than her singing ever did? Than her singing did. I don't need more words. Than her singing did. He was still afraid of her. She was powerful and, worse, intelligent. Combining that with her beauty made her even more terrifying, and that much more irresistible. Her singing was intoxicating, but her words, sharp, honest, poetic, had infected him. Then there was the image of her body etched on his mind's eye, not veiled by moonlight or buried in the frenzy of passion, but revealed plainly in the sun, glistening, awkward, simple, poetic, and proud all at once. Just use poetic. Is that a word? Immodest. Immodest and proud all at once. The whole time they bickered, another hunger whispered for him to rush forward, to hold her, to kiss her, to ask her name. How had he failed to ask for her name? Because he was hungry. Because he'd been selfish. Because he'd wanted someone to blame for all his misfortunes. Or was it because he'd been caught off guard by how human she was? How she had seemed to ache with real emotions, like a person, like him, instead of some creature of the deep he couldn't understand. Garrett returned to his cave, but instead of pride, the damp, earthy scent of stone and lingering tang of smoke from the fire pressed in around him. Cold bit into his shoulders and made him long for her touch. The rough-hewn walls etched a deafening solitude. The cold could be remedied by building up the fire. However, the loneliness resonated against the stone walls louder and louder, filling the cave more completely than the smoke ever had. He lay down to sleep, though his mind refused to settle. It replayed their conversation again and again, each word repeating like a melody. Her voice followed him, not the song that had once drugged his senses, but the honesty in her speech, her loneliness, the way she insisted she had not meant to seduce him, the way she had wanted him, to love her. Even recalling it made his stomach twist in a knot of guilt. Despite everything he had thrown at her, the accusations, the shame, the fear, she had still fed him. Mockingly, perhaps, but fed him all the same. Who does that, he wondered? Who gives a gift after being insulted? Turning onto his back, Garrett stared at the uneven ceiling of the cave. I've never encountered a woman like her, he said aloud, if only to break the heavy silence closing in around him. The words felt strange in the air, echoing faintly before the shadows swallowed them. Night crept in, colder than he remembered. He pulled his arms around himself, shivering, not entirely from the temperature. Without intending to, he began humming the sad melody she had sung to the waves. The faint scent of salt and seaweed drifted in from the shore, mingling with the cool night air on his skin, loosening the tightness in his back. The sound followed him down into sleep, soft as tide water, haunting as the memory of her eyes. He awoke with a start. It had been one of those instantaneous sleeps. No descent into it, no dreams, only the sudden realization that dawn had come. Birds sang outside, clear and bright, and the smell of dew hinted at warming air. His body felt refreshed. He rose carefully, expecting the familiar stab in his ankle, only to find the pain reduced to a dull ache in the bone and an itchy tenderness at the skin. Smiling at the unexpected good fortune, Garrett felt a quiet gratitude for the fish he'd eaten the day before. He determined to return to the beach and thank the mermaid for her kindness, and, this time, ask only for her name. 2 p.m. And it is 12:51. Do you have one you want to see? Hey, darling.
Hey,
Hi.
why don't we just go to the closest one that has a cruise, and you can get in it and see if it has the carbon effect.
Okay. Sounds good, darling.
Would that be acceptable?
That would be acceptable, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I gotta go pick up a photo, and swing by about tires, but I should be able to be over in an hour.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, darling.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Ooh, don't start. All right. But first he told himself he would tend to his own needs. He would gather food, repair what had been scorched, and not come crawling to her out of hunger again. Whatever happened between them now would not be out of desperation but choice. The rest of the late morning he spent working with a sharper mind and a steadier resolve than he'd had in days. Resetting the traps gave him a strange satisfaction, a sense of reclaiming something of himself. Many were ruined beyond repair, the woven reeds shredded or the mechanisms snapped clean through. For a moment he felt the heat of suspicion rise again, the desire to blame her for every misfortune that befell him, but he exhaled and let the tension bleed out with the breath. That wasn't fair. Not anymore. Not after yesterday. He fixed what he could. Others had to be rebuilt entirely. At times it was difficult to force his hands to remain gentle and patient. Each little success, a tightened knot, a reset snare. Why are these spaces acceptable here but not elsewhere? I don't understand M dashes. steadied him. Next, he turned to the charred remnants of his fishing gear. The hooks he recreated easily enough from shaped bone using the remnants of fish the sea maiden had offered. The cord, though, required sacrifice. He tugged loose several long fibers from the hem of his loincloth and twisted them into makeshift line. It wasn't much, but it would do. He smirked ruefully as he examined the shortened garments. What am I clinging to modesty for? The only other soul on this island had already seen every inch of him, repeatedly, and with far less shame than he'd shown himself. If she were to rise from the surf right now, she'd likely mock him for fretting over so trivial a thing. The thought warmed him unexpectedly. By the time he finished, the sun had climbed high overhead. Garrett wiped his palms on his thighs and stood back to survey his work. The rebalanced traps, the new hooks, the knotted thin line coiled in his hand. It wasn't much, but it was his, made by his hands, and that mattered today more than it ever had. He felt a quiet buoyancy lift him. Today he wasn't limping through the shore out of desperation, hunger, or shame. Today he was choosing to go, choosing to thank her, choosing to ask her name, and nothing more. No pleading, no accusations, not this time. The memory of her voice, the wounded pride, the intelligence, the softness masked in sharpness, brushed through him like a tide pulling at his ribs. Setting the coils of fishing line aside, he stepped out of the cave. The path to the beach stretched before him with the brilliant light of noon that made every color brighter. For the first time since washing ashore on this forsaken island, he felt almost eager to see her again, eager simply to hear another voice. He walked the shoreline for hours, circling the island with a restless, hopeful energy. Garrett waited at her cove of rocks for hours and felt his heart tug painfully when he saw his shattered raft washed even further up the beach, half swallowed by the creeping forest. His initial lean-to stood untouched, no longer adorned, no longer cared for, merely abandoned. He had eaten there the night before, yet it looked as though no one had occupied it in ages. Still, he pressed on. He rounded the island again as the sun began to sink, and with every lengthening shadow his heart sank with it. There was no sign of her, no flicker of a tail in the surf, no silhouette perched on the rocks, no soft hum carried by the wind. On his way back to the pond cave, he gathered what fruit he could. What fruit he could reach, fresh windfalls from the higher branches, and once home he set his newly crafted line in the water. To his relief, the fishing was good. The new hooks and line worked better than anything he'd made before, and he was grateful for the chance to have remade them. But none of it eased the dull ache that settled in his chest. There's a lot of settling in his chest. The absence of her. The absence of everything, of even the possibility of seeing her. Made the pain in his ankles seem laughably small. He had wanted to apologize. He had wanted to hear her voice again, even if only to scold him. That night, his dream carried him back to the outcropping of rocks. But instead of the mermaid, a woman stood on the shoreline. A human woman with long, dark hair and unmarked pink skin. She wore a pure white dress that swayed like a beckoning hand. Garrett watched her, entranced and frozen in place, unable to step toward her or look away. She ignored him and stood like a breathing statue, with her face turned toward the full moon. When dawn came, he half expected to still be standing there, rooted to the sand and spellbound. He awoke instead in his cave, needles of early sunlight piercing through the cracks of his makeshift wall and sharpening with each moment. That day he went straight to the beach, past his traps, past his lean-to, and paced the shoreline in earnest through the whole of the morning. When he reached the familiar ring of rocks rising from the sea, he waded in without hesitation and climbed atop one, settling there as the tide lapped at his legs. He waited so long that his skin began to prickle and blister under the relentless sun. The water no longer felt ominous or treacherous. It felt cool now, welcoming, almost as if it were urging him deeper. His ankle, once the tyrant of every step, had dwindled to little more than a memory, an echo of pain rather than the thing itself. As the sun climbed higher and the heat became unbearable, Garrett reluctantly left the rocks behind and returned to the forest to check his traps at last. Some were ruined, others untouched, and one held a tiny rodent-like creature he couldn't name. It had died recently, still warm, still fresh, but lifeless all the same. The meat was meager and bitter, a fitting echo of his entire experience with the traps so far. Still, he had spent enough time at sea to know he would adjust. Hunger disciplined a man's palate quickly. The fruit he'd managed to climb for helped the taste go down, and he was grateful he had never spoiled his tongue the way his brothers had with their rich, indulgent meals. Garrett felt oddly torn between the desire to return to his family and privileged life, or to remain on the island and know this ambiguous maiden of the sea who had sparked his sense of wonder. He was transfixed, caught between the pull of the familiar and the magnetic curiosity of something new, dangerous and impossibly alluring. The thought of home tugged at him with memories of warmth, routine, and responsibility. He imagined his brothers, one younger, one older, and silently prayed they were well, if only for their parents' sake. It would wound his aging mother beyond reason to lose another child. Yet even that weight, heavy as it was, could not fully smother the strange new ache growing inside him. For the first time since he'd washed ashore, the island did not feel like a prison, nor did it feel like a sanctuary. It felt like a crossroads. One path led back to everything he had ever known, the other, toward her, led somewhere he could not name. And he could no longer pretend he didn't want to see where it went. That night, in his dreams, he saw the same woman again, only now she slipped into his lonely retreat and lay her head upon his chest. Again he found himself paralyzed, unable to move, unable to return her embrace, forced to simply lie there and feel her warmth seep into him. Somehow he managed to clasp her hand, small and frail within his own, and in that helpless state he felt an impossible peace wash over him. When he awoke, the cold and loneliness were all that gripped him. Again he went straight to the beach to search for his only companion on the island. Desperately he wished he could devise some token, some gesture to offer her in return for the strange kindness she had shown him. Though he hated to admit it, he still pondered whether he was being toyed with, tempted into some predator's patient game that would end with him drowned and devoured after being fattened on a diet of fish. Garrett let out a dry laugh as he glanced down at his ribs and narrow waist. As if anyone could get fat eating fish, he muttered aloud. A sharp splash to his right cut his humor short. He snapped his head toward the sound and froze. Far out to sea, the mermaid broke through the waves in a graceful arc, her tail flashing before she vanished beneath the surface again. Moments later she rose once more, only her head visible this time, smiling at him with a mischievous tenderness before slipping under and disappearing entirely. Garrett stood stunned, breath caught somewhere between his throat and chest. Then the shock shattered, replaced by a rush of giddy, helpless desire. He stumbled forward, no longer feeling the dull ache of his ankle, only the faint drunkenness her presence always sparked in him. He waded into the surf up to his knees and turned in slow circles, searching the glittering expanse for another glimpse of her. The water whispered and mocked around him, pushing against his legs in gentle waves. Light danced over the surface, bright and deceptive, revealing nothing of the depths that hid his treasure from view. His voice cracked as it left him. "What is your name?" "What's your name?" he whispered over the water, the words carrying a pain that rose straight from his core. He stood there a long while. How long, he couldn't say. The sun drifted overhead, but Garrett did not. Of course, he's not going to drift overhead. The sun drifted, but Garrett did not. He felt as though the sea itself were tugging at him, drawing him forward inch by inch, and had a large wave risen to claim him in that moment, he wouldn't have resisted. Eventually the spell thinned, and his awareness returned to his feet, buried in the cool sand. Small crabs and darting fish had grown bold enough to move around him, treating him as part of the landscape. Slowly, carefully, Garrett stooped and seized one of the crabs. The little creature snapped and flailed in outraged panic, while the rest scattered in a frantic spray of movement. Scattered frantically. Garrett only smiled at the unexpected turn of luck. Back on shore, he roasted the crab over his fire, the nutty aroma of smoke mingling with the brine sweetness rising from the shell. Heat kissed his palms as he turned it, anticipation sharpening his sense as he tasted the first morsel. He was becoming quite adept at it, fire-making, woodworking, the rough, satisfying ache of using his hands for survival. His palms had hardened, his fingers bore tiny calluses like badges. He ate a small victory meal while watching the tide creep in and out, the rhythmic pull of the ocean a strange comfort. And as he sat there, warmth in his belly and smoke curling around him, he allowed himself a quiet thought. One that stroked at his heart, like a timid hand. She's watching me. That evening, Garrett returned to his lean-to, peaceful enough to ignore the gnawing hunger in his stomach. He fished with a touch of luck, and after a simple dinner, began arranging stones around his fire. The small act made his primitive home feel slightly more civilized, and the stones helped hold in warmth as night fell. The days began to develop a rhythm that mirrored the tides. He scavenged meager scraps, repaired traps, and occasionally found gifts near the lean-to. From a distance, he glimpsed a mermaid. They exchanged bows and waves, but never came close. Whenever he sought her, she was mysteriously absent, only leaving faint hints of her presence to discover. At night, he dreamed of the human woman so consistently that he began to look forward to sleeping more than the day. Sometimes the dreams merged the mysterious lady with memories of his kingdom, strolling the courtyard arm in arm. Other nights placed them in his hovel on the island, embracing until dawn. His longing waxed and waned, shifting between contentment and frustration. His lean-to became adorned with oceanic ornaments, each new addition brightening his smile, yet he refused to give up his pond cave, valuing its shelter and fresh water above all. Still, the fair weather tempted him to linger on the beach, hoping to catch another glimpse of the mermaid, to hear her song once more, even if it meant falling under the sway of enchantment. Garrett fell into a tentative routine. Am I repeating? Garrett fell into a tentative routine. He scavenged fruit from the higher branches, the sharp tang of citrus marking each morning. Traps were reset, lines strung, and crabs caught along the sun-warmed shore. From afar, the mermaid appeared at regular intervals, gliding along the waves, tail flicking, her presence accompanied by the faint saltiness of sea spray and the whisper of wind. Gifts left near his lean-to. A silvered shell, a small fish, a smooth stone reminded him she was watching, teasing, tethering him to a world beyond isolation. Yeah. These two paragraphs and these two paragraphs are basically the same. Shit. So that's 128 words. That's 121. I think I could just get rid of these. Yeah. His lean-to became adorned with oceanic ornaments, each new addition brightening his smile, yet he refused to give up his pond cave, valuing its shelter and fresh water above all. Still, the fair weather tempted him to linger on the beach, hoping to catch another glimpse of the mermaid, to hear her sing once more, even if it meant falling under the sway of her enchantment. See, yeah, I think I can just get rid of this. Garrett fell into a tentative routine. He scavenged fruit from the higher branches, the sharp tang of citrus marking each morning. Traps were reset, lines strung, and crabs caught along the sun-warmed shore. From afar, the mermaid appeared at irregular intervals, gliding along the waves, tail flicking, her presence accompanied by the faint saltiness of sea spray and the whisper of wind. Gifts left near his lean-to, a silvered shell, a small fish, a small stone, reminded him she was watching, teasing, tethering him to a world beyond isolation. Each night the human woman haunted his dreams, sometimes in the courtyard of his remembered home, sometimes in the dim intimacy of his cave, warmth and honeyed scent pressing close yet unreachable, leaving him aching and yearning at dawn. Reality blurred when one morning he awoke to find a single delicate footprint pressed into the packed earth around his cave. The soil smelled faintly of ocean spray and something floral, unplaceable, and his fingers brushed the cool surface of the ground, tracing the mark as his pulse quickened. That night he fought off sleep, but lay like he intended to surrender. An anxious buzzing in his soul kept him sharply attuned to every sound in the night. Then around midnight he heard it, soft, hesitant steps. A subtle creak as his crude door slid open, a shadow passing before the full moon. Garrett sprang up and reached out, clutching a thin, delicate hand that felt like it might break if he held it any tighter. Then in the moonlight and the shadow of a low fire he saw her, the woman who had haunted his dreams. She was fair and mysterious, her dark hair glowing violet in the moonlight, carrying the faint, briny scent of the sea. Garrett felt the warmth of her body, the softness of her skin against his palms, and the subtle coolness where droplets lingered from the surf. He looked at her, and she stood frozen, just as stunned and silent as he was. Her wide eyes, her round face with a pointed chin and high, noble cheekbones, the rounded lips that beckoned for a kiss, and so he did. He knew her at once. There was no mistaking it. Here was his mermaid in human form, naked, fragile, and unashamed. He pulled his face away, and she watched him in earnest curiosity that melted into surrender. Drawing her into his cave, he found himself as a starving man before a feast. His appetite surged, and he devoured her flesh with his own, and she responded willingly to his every move. No poetry, no arias, no sonnets or practiced speeches that he had gone over in his head for days. Only passion until the two lay exhausted and helpless in each other's arms. And what time is it? That's chapter 6. Okay. I've got time to get through 7, which is where I wanted to go in this first stream. Yeah, let's Let's keep going. Let's get this done. Again, I took out a couple of paragraphs. I feel like that's the problem with, like, you know, being an artist. You never really feel like you're done. You're just done enough. All right, chapter 7. Let's keep going like I have been. Copy. This is less than 2,500 words. Like, it's 3 shy of what I want for my minimum, so I can add to this one. I would like to add to this one, chapter 7. Got it. Here's a clear copy edit pass for chapter 7 under the same rules. U.S. English, no Oxford, no stylistic rewrites. Flag repetitions only when notable. I'll separate must fix items from optional flags so it stays fast on stream. Commas and punctuations. At the forest edge he froze. C claimed. Correct, correct, correct. At the shoreline he paused again. At the shoreline he paused again. This is a great place to pause after this. Forest edge, he froze. At the shoreline, he paused again. He shoreline a lot. At the shoreline, he paused again, comma. So I don't feel like I need another one. Now he longed for her in any form she chose to take. I did do a comma. Oh, remove comma after her. Correct, correct, correct. Seduction was her nature after all. Comma, splice, plus typo. Okay. After all, boom. Should be a semicolon. She had as admitted as much. She had admitted as much. Extra space before M dash. She was. Graceful, unnervingly graceful. Dialogue punctuation. Dialogue is consistently correct. Ellipses used properly. No quotation errors found. Typos word. When there's much horsehair stuffing, correct as is. Compound noun, no hyphen needed. Seagrass. Appears once hyphenated, elsewhere implied as seagrass. Pick one for consistency. U.S. English, usually seagrass. Seagrass. Grammar and clarity. The woman, his mermaid, transforms to hesitant within the threshold. Grammatically correct, hesitant, acceptable, adjective. Garrett's answer came out a whisper. Correct, correct. Repetition, intentionally but clustered in places. Tide, tides, tidal imagery. Heavy but thematic. Yeah. Warmth, heat appears frequently in final act. Invitation, welcome, anchor, tight semantic grouping. No cuts required, just awareness. Quick fix checklist. Add missing commas, remove comma after her, now you long for her in any form. Fix comma splice, typo, seduction was... yeah. Remove space before M dash, normalize seagrass or seagrass. Overall assessment, the chapter is very clean mechanically, the prose is controlled, the escalation is clear, and most issues are predictable, comma, habits, not structural problems. Compared to earlier chapters, this is one of your tighter ones. You're still absolutely on pace to finish the copy edit within 2 sessions, even live. When you're ready, paste chapter 8. Yeah, okay. Let's get out of that. So my issue here is I would like to add 4 words. Just for me. Like, it's not even noticeable. I'm 4 words below what I like for my minimum. I'm just being pedantic, semantic, whatever. Ick. I'm being ick. I'm being obsessive. I'm being sick with it. But let's read through it and see if I get inspired to add a line or 2. Dawn poured gold over Garrett's body, warming him enough to feel the touch of isolation. He reached for her, and she was not there. Surely that hadn't been another dream. He had held her, felt her breath, tasted her lips. Her aura still lingered, mingled with his, and he could smell her on the air, hibiscus, sea salt, a faint undercurrent of something wild and indefinable. A strange heaviness clung to his thoughts, not exhaustion, something thicker, like warm water still pooled in the cracks of his mind. For a moment he wondered if the hunger in his chest was truly his, or something she'd stirred in him that refused to fade. Desire shouldn't feel like command, yet this did, and he obeyed. The cave's warped wooden door hung open. Garrett hastily cinched the tattered sail loincloth around his waist and sprinted toward the shore, feeling feet slapping the earth as he vaulted over familiar roots. His pulse hammered, his breath came in ragged bursts. This feels wrong. Like, yeah, this is not right. Like, I had added a whole nother section in here. Damn it. Yeah, I added a whole nother paragraph to this. And that's now missing. So Yeah, I added a whole section that just didn't get saved. That's frustrating as hell. And that's where my extra words come in. Yeah, okay. I just jumped to 8. Like, where did I throw in the insertion of chapter? Oh, fuck. That sucks. I lost a whole section that I added. Oh, that. Or did I not put that in yet? Is it only in chapter 8? Did I not do that in 7? Okay. Okay. Alright. No, I got my chapters confused. That's what happened. I was thinking of a part that got added to chapter 8, the next one, not to chapter 7, this one. Okay. Which is bad. It means I got some very similar beats if I'm having a hard time distinguishing stuff. So Dawn poured gold over Garrett's body, warming him enough to feel the touch of isolation. He reached for her, and she was not there. Surely this hadn't been another dream. He had held her, felt her breath, tasted her lips, her aura still lingered, mingled with his, and he could smell her on the air, hibiscus, sea salt, a faint undercurrent of something wild and indefinable. A strange heaviness clung to his thoughts, not exhaustion, something thicker, like warm water still pooled in the cracks of his mind. For a moment he wondered if the hunger in his chest was truly his, or something she'd stirred in him that refused to fade. Desire shouldn't feel like a command, yet this did, and he obeyed. That's right, so the addition to this was him pondering whether or not he's being enchanted, or whether or not this is honest attraction and desire that he's feeling. Okay. Hey, what's up, Lotus Guy? Desire shouldn't feel like a command, yet this did, and he obeyed. The cave's warped wooden door hung open. Garrett hastily cinched the tattered sail loincloth around his waist and sprinted toward the shore, feet slapping the earth as he vaulted over familiar roots. His pulse hammered, his breath came in ragged bursts. At the forest edge he froze. There she was, stepping into the surf. As the water rose around her hips, her change began. Her hair writhed like living anemone. Her hands hardened into dark green stone, glinting like polished coral. Where her legs had been, a long, powerful tail unfurled, its blade-like fins flashing sharply in the sun. Garrett stood rooted, awe and desire warring within him. This came sharp, sudden, like something beyond his control. Was this truly his longing, or her will pressed into him? The question flared cold in his mind and vanished just as quickly. As the wind claimed her, a breeze carried her scent back to him, salt, flowers, and something darker beneath. The water hissed around her tail, waves breaking in rhythm with each other, with each sweep of her body, whispering along the shore. She surfaced again, only her head visible above the water, and smiled, sweet, triumphant, claiming. Then she slipped away, leaving only widening ripples. An unwelcome thought stabbed him. What if this wasn't longing at all? What if she'd left some part of herself inside him, like her song, that dragged at his soul each time the tide shifted? Garrett's heart raced, struggling to catch up with his body. He waded into the surf, water cool against his thighs, salt kissing his lips like a sigh, the sunlight glinting off the rolling waves. His voice felt strained as he called, almost instinctively, "What's your name?" No answer came, only the gentle slap of water against the shore. His pulse throbbed in his ears, every sense heightened, the smell of brine, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the rhythm of the surf echoing in his ears, and the sight of a vast open ocean too full of mystery for him to comprehend. Finally, a splash to his left. She broke through the waves in a graceful arc, her tail flashing before she vanished again. Moments later she rose, once more to his right, only her head and shoulders visible, smiling at him with a mischievous tenderness before slipping back into the depths. If she smiled like that, how many others had once drowned smiling back? Garrett stood, breath caught between his throat and chest. The dull ache of his ankle vanished completely, replaced by the dizzying pull of desire and awe. The water lapped gently against his knees, the wind tugging at his hair and skin, the faint scent of last night's passion still lingering. He felt it, her presence. He wanted to step forward, wade deeper, call her, touch her, but reason held him fast, rooted to the sand. Every impulse of his body willing to risk drowning just to touch her again. The sun climbed higher, the waves sparkling like diamonds, but he could not tear his gaze from the spot where she had vanished. Somewhere beneath the surface, he knew, she waited, watching, teasing. He rubbed his chest hard, as though he could grind the thought away. He didn't want to believe it. His heart grew heavy in his chest. His heart grew heavy. For a moment, an eternity of longing, he simply remained there, half in the surf, half out of it, feeling the tide lap against his shins as if urging him to stay. At last, he turned, dragging his feet through the water as though his own body resisted the idea of leaving her behind. At the shoreline, he paused again, casting one final aching glance over the waves. Then he began the slow, reluctant trek back toward his campsite. A splinter of hope lodged itself beneath his ribs, sharp and almost painful. Maybe she would return. Maybe she would seek him out again. The sheer audacity of that hope startled him. Perhaps he was enchanted, poisoned by her beauty. How quickly he had changed. Days ago, he feared her as a hunting thing of the deep, a predator circling a wounded man in the surf. Now he longed for her in any form she chose to take. He even caught himself imagining returning to the shoreline permanently, building his shelter closer to her. But the temptation to simply walk into the water and let it swallow him was too real, too easy. Seduction was her nature, after all. She had admitted as much. Her human form was safer, at least it felt safer. He replayed the memory of her delicate wrist in his grasp, so small, so breakable, her startled breath, the tenderness hidden inside her wide-eyed fear. That fragile woman had been in his arms, and yet she was the same creature whose tail could churn the sea, whose strength in the water could have crushed him without effort. I feel like I need to add a section where he should at least contemplate the danger of the fact that she can transform. But he had seen the truth with his own eyes. He had watched the transformation happen, from land to sea, from woman to mermaid, as naturally as water taking the shape of whatever vessel holds it. One form slipping into the next, effortless, inevitable, such magic. Her memory shifted from one form to the next as he wrestled with her still. Memory continued shifting from one form to the next as he wrestled with her still, wondering how deeply under her spell he had fallen. Or was this something more dangerous that he was falling under? Felt deceived. That's kind of a thrown in there. He felt deceived. If she could alter her shape so thoroughly, perhaps she had destroyed his traps. Perhaps she had wandered inland to sing her sweet song of seduction and draw him to her domain. He had remembered her words and her hurt and banished these thoughts. He knew he was always too trusting, but her fragile tenderness had seduced him more than any song. The cave that had once felt like his fortress now seemed stripped bare, cold stone, hollow echoes, and a loneliness he hadn't noticed until she'd stepped away. Amplified. After she'd stepped away. Can I not spell amplified? Amplified after she'd stepped away. The columns he'd admired before looked like rib bones now. The cage he had unknowingly built for himself. His eyes dropped to the packed earth where she had lain with him. Heat climbed in his throat, shame, not desire. She had come to him fearless, unguarded, and he'd given her nothing but dirt. Nothing better than dirt. The cave that had once felt like his fortress now seemed stripped bare, cold stone, hollow echoes, and a loneliness amplified after she'd stepped away. The columns he had admired before looked like rib bones now, the cage he had unknowingly built for himself. His eyes dropped to the packed earth where she had lain with him. Heat climbed in his throat, shame, not desire. She had come to him fearless, unguarded, and given her nothing better than dirt. The thought rankled. It made him feel small, crude. He wasn't a beast. He wasn't. Had she minded? Or was this humiliation something he had carved into himself, an ache she never intended to leave behind? He moved before he could talk himself out of it. She deserved more than stone and soil. Whether she returned or not, maybe he deserved more too. Garrett left the cave with purpose. The forest met him in a rush, humid breath, birds calling like voices tucked behind the trees. He searched for anything soft enough to serve as a cushion, testing plant after plant until he found broad, pliant leaves clustered beneath the tall canopy. Their undersides were velvet smooth, beaded with cool droplets, promising comfort. But leaves alone would rot. He needed structure. Garrett gathered dried palm fronds and layered them beneath the soft leaves, creating something airy, something that wouldn't collapse under a body's weight. With thin, flexible vines and a sharpened fishhook, he stitched the fronds together the way sailors mend torn sails, crude but solid. For the top layer, something she might truly sink into, he combed the shoreline. The sea was generous. Along the tide, Along the tide line, he found springy clumps of dried seagrass, light as horsehair stuffing. Further along lay tatters of nets and rotting rope. He unraveled into usable fibers. He gathered everything. A bed. Primitive, yes, but still a bed. Next, he built a covering for the ground. The reeds by the pond, straight, hollow, stiff as dried spears, finally served their purpose. He harvested them by the dozen, lashed them with vines, and pressed them flat between two heavy stones until they formed a woven mat. It wasn't for comfort, but for dignity, a barrier between bare earth and the place where they had entwined. He set it beneath the mattress so the bed rested on a proper floor, not merely dirt. Finally, he ringed the fire with larger stones, sand-worn and sun-warm. They held the heat, softened the cave's gloom, and gave the fire a place of permanence. For the first time, the cave felt shaped, claimed, rather than merely endured. When Garrett stepped back to survey his work, a faint flicker of pride stirred. Not the hard pride of survival, but the quieter pride of preparing. Of making a home, not for himself, but for her. The woman who walked into his life wearing moonlight for skin and sea-wrought magic for a soul. It was still a cave, still crude, but no longer a prison. It was an invitation. The thought frightened him slightly. Some part of him whispered that he was building a shrine, not a bed. That he was preparing himself for her return the way sailors offer themselves to drown in mermaid folklore. Garrett eased himself onto the new mattress. The moss and reeds sighed beneath him, shaping to his weight with a tenderness that felt foreign after weeks of hardship. Sleep took him quickly. The scent of dried greenery, earth-rich, sweet and clean, clung to him like a lullaby. It was the same scent, changed now by something warmer, more intimate that pulled him from dreams. He heard the faintest whisper of footsteps crossing the woven reed floor. Light, cautious, almost reverent. Moonlight spilled across the doorway in a pale sheet, and in it stood her silhouette, slender waist, long hair cascading like wet ink, every line of her perfect. The woman, his mermaid transformed, stood hesitant within the threshold. Garrett pushed himself upright, slowly, unwilling to startle her. They simply looked at one another, suspended in a fragile moment of mutual wonder. So many things Garrett wanted to say tangled in his throat at once. His mouth opened, shut again, opened, and no sound came. She approached, slowly, her fingers brushing the mattress, testing its softness as if it were some rare offering. "I didn't think a lady like you should lie on the ground," Garrett said quietly, almost ashamed of the impulse behind the gesture as heat rose to his face. She tilted her head, eyes luminous, studying him with that fathomless sea-born curiosity. When she finally spoke, her voice was the same one he had heard drifting over the waves, soft, melodic, threaded with riddles and tide. "This woven rest," she murmured, "is shaped by your hands. It carries your warmth. It welcomes me, even as the deep waters do." Her eyes lifted to his, searching him with a vulnerability he had never glimpsed in her oceanic form. "You build comfort for one not born of the soil," she continued. "You have made me feel welcomed here. No fear, only—" Her hand pressed lightly over her chest, as if trying to interpret the sensation. "Only this stirring, like the sea when the moon calls it nearer." She took another step toward him, close enough now that he could see droplets still clinging to her hair, close enough that he could smell the mingled perfume of salt in her own warm skin. A scent unlike anything the island had offered him. Garrett swallowed. "I just wanted you to have a place to rest, a place that wasn't dirty or hard, somewhere you could stay, if you wished." Her lips curved, subtle and slow, like the first hint of a tide shifting. "A place to stay," she echoed. "Then you would anchor me, shoreborn? That is bold." A teasing note entered her tone, but it was softened by something gentler beneath. "Bold and kind." She sat on the mattress beside him, very lightly, as though she feared sinking through it, or through her own resolve. Her hair fell like a curtain over her shoulders, shimmering purple in the moonlight, and she traced a fingertip across the woven edge of the bed, as though to understand its texture. She tilted her head, studying him with the same mixture of awe and wariness he felt toward her. Her lips curved, slow, uncertain, like a tide testing the shore. "You've made a nest," she breathed, "for two." Then, with a shy boldness utterly unlike her oceanic self, "Is this your invitation, shoreborn, to lie with you again?" Garrett's answer came out a whisper, roughened by want. "For tonight, and every night you'll have me." She moved forward on all fours, the motion fluid and unnervingly graceful, a reminder of the predator who had once dragged him beneath the sea. A shiver ran the length of his spine, half fear, half desire. She came to him slowly, studying him with those deep, curious eyes, then lowered herself until her mouth met his. It wasn't a kiss so much as a claiming, as if she were drawing something essential out of him, pulling him into her rhythm. When she moved over him, something in her strength made his breath hitch. One last quiver of fear. Her body straddled his, Weight, light and deliberate, and the world around them dissolved into warmth, breath, and the quiet pulse of two beings surrendering into each other. The night passed in a heat that would make fire blush. All thought of conversation, of names, titles, anything spoken dissolved from Garrett's mind. The only language they needed was the chorus of their bodies, their moans ricocheting off the cavern walls so deeply they seemed to etch themselves into the stone. She tasted of sea salt and something faintly sweet, a warmth beneath her skin that reminded him of sunlit tides. Every breath he drew in carried her scent, the vast ocean mixed with delicately crushed petals. She moved with a rhythm that felt as old as the tide, fluid and consuming, opening to him in slow, inevitable waves that pulled him under. Garrett slipped beneath her desire, caught in an undertow he could neither resist nor name. Her thighs tightened around his hips, her hair slid over his chest like a dark, wet silk. She explored him with a tenderness that belied the strength in her body, learning him by instinct, by intuition, as though they had met in other lives before this one. Every shift of her hips, every gasp against his throat, every answering motion from him braided them closer, two rhythms finding a single pulse. When the final wave broke, their bodies trembling, the cavern settled into a warm, sacred quiet. Okay. That's the end of chapter 7. I do feel like I've got some plot holes. Like, I need to explain that she learned this form for him. But I'm not sure where to tie that in. Like, I've got this moment of suspicion, and that let me get over 2,500 words in this chapter. I'm not sure if it's well done, if it fits well. I'm going to leave it for now. I even though this is supposed to be like a final edit. Yeah, I'm not crazy about that, but it's rough because I do have him transitioning rather quickly. Like, he suspects her, and then he stops himself from suspecting her. But that takes me to the end of chapter 7. The wife said she'd be here about 2. It is 1:55. And yeah, I gotta call it from here. This is where I gotta take a break. I should wash my face, brush my teeth, try to get ready for the wife to show up. And Rizzy, yeah. So I'm gonna end this stream. That's my 50% point. I plan on being back on and finishing this tonight. Gotta get through 8 to 16. 16 is short. But yeah, this is my first half. And 4 hours to get through. It's not bad. Little breaks, making tea, going to the bathroom, stuff like that. What is this sticker doing here? Yeah. So, I don't know. If we take all of that out, I'd say it's probably like a 3-hour read out loud so far, which is not bad. It's not bad at all. And my throat has had enough for now. So, thank you to everyone who's joined me, who's been part of this journey. I appreciate it. My intention is to be back again tonight. Like I said, the wife is on her way. We're going to spend some time. I might be getting a car today. We'll find out. So, peace out. Later. Appreciate y'all. I'll be back.